Her Undercover Spy Fake Fiancé. Written by Kimberly Montpetit. Narrated by Elizabeth Walker. Chapter 1. In Disguise. Agent Erin Steele parked her cherry-red Nissan Altima in the lot at the Natural Resources offices in San Francisco and cut the engine, glancing about the dark parking lot. The dusky evening, filled with a milky winter fog, was broken only by a couple of dim streetlights on the far side of the building. The NR building, also known as the biggest little CIA office you never heard of, was also dark, except for two windows on the 7th floor that glowed a pale yellow behind dark curtains. Tugging the visor down, Erin checked her makeup in the tiny mirror. She ran a hand through the wig's curls that turned her from a brunette with long wavy hair into a sassy redhead with springy ringlets. The order from her boss, Agent Howell, was to arrive incognito. It was a location she'd never been to before. Erin never had a reason to go to the Natural Resources building when her place of employment was the San Francisco FBI field office. Flapping her visor back up, Erin threw her keys into her purse and pulled the strap over her shoulder. What exactly was the reason for tonight? And all this silly subterfuge in a costume, no less. She wasn't a spook with the CIA like Braden Moretti, the man who had become the love of her life. It was nearly 9 o'clock, long after regular work hours, and the parking lot was empty except for her car and two others. She had no idea who the two vehicles belonged to. The after-hours janitorial services? The NR building was a bit of a CIA stepchild. If this was an intelligence operation, meeting here was infinitely easier than flying across the country to Langley headquarters in Washington, D.C. The prodding nudge of curiosity grew stronger, especially when Erin felt absolutely ridiculous in this disguise. After locking the car door, Erin held her handbag tight against her side as she scanned the parking lot. Nobody else was in sight. Even so, Erin's steps were brisk as she headed to the rear door of the building, camouflaged from the main road by a couple of oak trees. A chilly breeze rattled through a stand of eucalyptus, scenting the air with its very particular odor. Senses on high alert to any lurking shadows in the parking lot, she was startled when the back door creaked open and a male voice spoke her name from the gloom. "Erin, right this way." Relief swept through her when she heard Braden Moretti's voice. "Guess my costume didn't fool you, huh?" she said. "I've been watching you since you arrived," Braden teased, tugging at her hand to lead her into the dark hallway after he closed the door behind her. "Cute disguise, Agent Steele. I get to fall in love with a redhead now?" A chill from the damp night ran along Erin's spine, but mostly it was the sexy voice of Braden that got to her every single time. "Guess one of those other vehicles belongs to you. I should have clued in on that, but I was too busy watching for prowlers." "It's a rental in case anyone watching recognizes my vehicle." Braden's warm fingers wrapped around hers as he kissed the back of her hand. Erin's stomach melted, as it always did when she saw him, and she felt herself relax. This whole masquerade ordered by Howell couldn't be that bad then. "I'm not sure you could handle a hot redhead," she teased him in return. "Spooks have so many different identities. I don't know how they keep their lives straight. Do you actually remember who I am, Mr. Moretti?" "Ha! You are one woman I could never forget. In fact, I think about you all the time. It's a distraction to my critically important work, you know." "That's nice to hear," she murmured, standing close while his body heat warmed her up. "But I confess that I'm trying not to laugh at that amazing cowboy hat, your big ranch coat, jeans, and cowboy boots. All you're missing is your horse. I'm thinking you're supposed to be John Wayne reincarnated. On second thought, you're missing his signature red bandana. But oh my, that full mustache is the perfect addition, although it adds about 30 years to your age." "That's enough out of you, woman," Braden growled, pulling her in for a sweet, tender kiss. Erin's body melted, then she let out a small protest. "Eek! That mustache is crazy scratchy! Besides, no kissing on the clock. We're technically on duty." "Probably, but no one's watching, unless there are hidden cameras. But it's too dark in this hallway to be recognized, right? And you do not look like Erin Steele in that outfit of yours. I'm trying not to laugh." "You'd better not laugh. I feel silly enough as it is." "Got any idea why we've been summoned here tonight?" "I was hoping you had an answer to that. I'm supposed to meet my boss, Howell. You remember him from last year? The year of the Christmas party?" "How could I forget the night we met?" Braden murmured, taking off his hat to run a finger along the creases. "That electric moment under the mistletoe when you cast a spell on me?" Erin tried not to giggle. "I think you're the spellcaster, sir." Goodness, Braden was an incredible man and kissed like nobody else. She straightened her shoulders and tried to assume an air of professionalism. "Agent Howell was necessary, I suppose, although dispensable once we became our true selves as Cassandra and Marcus." Braden added, musing back in time. "I'll never forget the night we stopped the Fabergé fake jewels and all those rich bad guys from disappearing into the helicopters on the roof. You were sassy and feisty all night long, until the mistletoe got in your way." "Ooh, lucky man. Without that mistletoe, I probably would have punched you if you tried to kiss me." "Believe me, I was well aware of that." "Hey," Erin whispered, "want to grab dinner after this meeting? I spent so much time on my wig and rocker girl clothing, I never had a chance to eat." "Would love to, but I'm not sure we'll get a chance." "What does that mean?" "I have a funny feeling about this. It's so clandestine and a little over the top. We're not meeting at a dead drop or somewhere we might need a disguise. Just a CIA offshoot building in downtown San Francisco." Erin pursed her lips. "I agree, but unfortunately I'm starving." "Take out burgers then, in an incognito drive-thru, please." From the shadows, she saw the glint of his white teeth when he grinned. "So that's your stomach I hear rumbling." She arched an eyebrow at his cheekiness, then cocked her head. "Hear that weird sound? I think it's coming from somewhere in this building." "Just the generators in the basement. Let's get out of this freezing stairwell." Braden opened the inner door that led to a carpeted hallway with dimmed after-hours lighting. Not a soul was in sight. "Do you think we're going to be using our aliases again from last year?" "Nope. The Cassandra Fairfax of last year's Christmas party was dressed in an evening gown, jewels, a fancy hairdo, definitely not red curls, and a miniskirt that shows off some mighty fine legs. But you forgot your big-heeled 1960s go-go boots." Erin struck a pose. "You mean Cassandra Fairfax wouldn't be caught dead in this stunning couture?" "I suppose you make a good point, Agent Moretti." "That's spook Moretti to you," he growled. "Oh my, Moretti, when you talk like that, I just want you to bend me over your arm and kiss me dramatically." "Hold that thought for later, sweetheart." "I feel like I'm in college going to a costume party. My fake eyelashes are getting in the way, though. You sure this disguise looks okay?" "It does," Braden said, his teasing turning serious. "Casual, unassuming. You could be anybody on the streets of San Francisco, or a Pier 39 panhandler." "Gosh, thanks. In a good way, I guess. Now we'd better find office number 720. I wonder who we're meeting there. Howell never said, and his office is actually on the 14th floor. "7th floor right this way, miss. Elevator's just up ahead." The doors parted almost instantly when Erin pressed the button on the wall. After you, kind sir." "I would never think of not being a gentleman." Braden grinned as he held the elevator door open for her. When the doors softly closed, Erin sidled closer to Braden. "Do you think there are cameras in here watching us?" "Of course there are. So behave, my girl." Instead of shooting directly to the 7th floor, the elevator abruptly stopped on the 3rd floor. The doors opened again, and a towering, well-built man entered the small space, barely looking at them. The man's biceps bulged through his leather jacket. A square jaw and dark blonde hair swept across his forehead and brushed his collar. He looked like a bodybuilder. What was a guy like that doing in the NR building after hours? Erin reached out to press the button to get the doors to close again faster. At that exact moment, the man overrode her hand and hit the button for the 7th floor. He didn't speak or even glance at them, just planted his feet in a confident stance directly in front of the closing doors. She lifted an eyebrow at the rudeness of the guy. "You sure you don't want the 13th floor, sir?" she asked with a bit of tartness. "No such floor," he said, barely glancing at her. "High-rise buildings jump from the 12th to the 14th floor. 13 doesn't exist." "Wow," Erin said. "I never noticed that before. I'm so glad you're here to let me know." Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Braden trying not to laugh. He shook his head, leaning over to speak. "I'm having a case of déjà vu from that special time a year ago. Seems like it was the Christmas season then, too." Erin gave him a light punch on the arm. "Oh, be quiet." Of course, this was precisely how they had initially met. In an elevator, arguing about pushing the elevator buttons and non-existent 13th floors. "Do you two know each other?" The man suddenly swiveled his neck to eye Erin, appraising her like he was James Bond. She stared back, expressionless. Oh, why did she have to be wearing purple fishnet stockings with a miniskirt like she was a hippie chick from the 1960s? The stranger's eyes ran up and down the length of her. Was that approval, disdain, delight, or desire? Erin turned her face away to watch the lighted passing floors. She and Braden had probably already let too much spill. When they stopped at the 7th floor, the doors parted. Without looking back at either the new guy or Braden, she ran a hand through her auburn curls and strode out with purpose. Hoping and praying that office 720 was to the right and not the left end of the long hallway. Erin didn't want to look like she didn't know where she was going. She also didn't need to look over her shoulder to know that Braden followed her. But she swore that there were 2 sets of footsteps in addition to her own. The other guy must be following too. Was that bad, or did it mean absolutely nothing? Even so, it was 9 o'clock in a building that usually shut down by 7. Knowing the man was right behind her, watching her walk sent a tiny shiver down Erin's spine. When she reached 720, Erin forced herself not to glance behind her, just turned the knob and walked in like she owned the place. A small foyer greeted her, a few hard-backed chairs, and then a desk in front of a set of windows. No city lights of San Francisco showed through the windows because wall-to-wall blinds had been pulled shut. Agent Howell glanced up from a pile of files he was rummaging through. "Agent Steele, please come in. You're right on time." "Howell?" Erin frowned at her boss. "You never said you were going to be here." Howell didn't answer, his gaze directed straight behind her. "Moretti," he said, acknowledging Braden. "And Agent Bergeron," he added crisply. "Glad you found us. Please, everyone, take a seat anywhere." Erin spun on her heel. The guy from the elevator had a name? Was he part of tonight's covert meeting? She should have known. Her boss always liked to catch her off guard. In other words, he was tight-lipped about a new assignment until absolutely necessary. Erin tried not to roll her eyes. But the guy called Bergeron caught her half-eye roll and grinned. "Pardon me, Agent Bergeron." Erin turned away from him to question her boss. "Am I supposed to know this guy?"
"Slipped my mind,"
Howell said, rising from his chair.
"You haven't met the new member of our team. Agent Steele, Agent Moretti. This is Luke Bergeron. The three of you will be working together on a new assignment."
"Ah," Braden said, reaching out to shake the man's hand.
"Mystery solved. Nice to meet you. But I'm not FBI, CIA actually." "So am I. If we're doing undercover surveillance, why is the FBI involved?"
Agent Howell cleared his throat.
"We're aiming to make an arrest within the United States. So I need Steele with authority to do that. You spooks do not." "That's what I figured,"
Agent Bergeron said.
"But the little bit that's leaked about this doesn't sound very promising for an arrest."
Howell's mouth formed a small smile.
"I guess that depends on what you all can learn when you go on assignment."
Erin snagged a chair from the other side of the room and dragged it closer to the desk. "Okay, spill it, Howell. Why did you drag us out here after hours in these ridiculous disguises?" Chapter 2. The Dossier. Erin crossed her legs to try to relax, but quickly uncrossed them when Bergeron's dark eyes rested on her. She gave him a cold stare. How dare this man check out her legs? A chill permeated the office, but Agent Howell appeared not to notice while he opened file folders and shuffled papers. Erin was glad to see that Braden positioned himself across the room so as not to give away to Bergeron that they were in a relationship. The less the man knew, the better. Howell finally lifted his head, glasses slipping down his nose.
"Thanks for coming tonight, and in disguise. I didn't want to run into anyone that might tip off the upcoming job, or give away any of us who are involved."
"So mysterious," Erin murmured.
"All three of you have been chosen to travel to Savannah, Georgia. You'll be attending a large holiday house party at the home of two of Savannah's wealthiest citizens."
"Never been to Savannah," Erin said with a grin. "But I've always wanted to go. Thanks for paying for my trip."
"This is not a vacation, Steele,"
her boss said dryly.
"But you will certainly act like you're on vacation."
Braden crossed one leg over his knee.
"Who's the target?" "That's what you three need to dig up. Intelligence has come in over the last few weeks that something will go down at this house. If you can even call it a house," he added. "What does that mean?" Luke asked. "The mansion is a monstrous estate, nearly 40,000 square feet with 4 floors, elevators, 20 guest rooms, ballrooms, galleries, a charming salon, the works. The place belongs to Mr. and Mrs. Philip and Marguerite Levine." "What are the Mr. and Mrs. Levine up to?"
Agent Bergeron asked with an arched eyebrow. Howell shook his head.
"Probably nothing. Due to the political and financial influence they have, the traveling King Tut exhibit will be held at the estate for 3 weeks before moving back to London."
"Wow. How'd they manage to finagle the King Tut exhibit to show at their estate?" Erin asked. "That's quite a coup. Money and politics pay off, I guess."
"Hasn't it always?"
Agent Howell said dryly.
"So cut to the chase,"
Braden said, giving a quick wink to Erin, who tried not to smile back at him, aware that Luke Bergeron kept darting suspicious looks at them.
"Who or what are we looking for?"
Agent Howell handed them each a fact sheet.
"There will be international buyers looking at the collection for future auction at Christie's in London next year. One of them is the biggest swindler in the business of Egyptian tomb relics." We don't even know his nationality because his origins were scrubbed long ago. He moves about the circles of the rich and famous, and dirty foreign country leaders, with ease. Speaks several languages perfectly.
I assume he'll be a guest at the house party? Erin asked. Why not just arrest him if he's someone intelligence has been searching for? Her boss pursed his lips.
We're not even sure of his name. That's the problem. We just have an M.O., but no description of the guy. And we all know how dependable disguises are.
Erin found herself blushing. Is that why you had us come in disguise tonight? You sneaky devil. I'm curious, what's Bergeron's disguise? Are those muscles fake? Is he bald under all that wavy hair? Howell snorted, then spread his hands while Luke Bergeron barely cracked a smile.
Touché, Agent Steele. No,
Howell went on.
That's not why you're wearing orange hair. We're meeting here in disguise because we have no idea who's watching us. Intelligence is coming in that our thief is growing suspicious about getting cornered in Savannah and may be watching FBI offices in each state and Langley in D.C. Of course, this guy is always paranoid.
Agent Bergeron leaned back in his chair.
So you want us to assume the role of guests at the Christmas house party and try to gather intel? That's your job,
Howell said briefly, rising to hand out a folder to each of them.
Here are your dossiers.
Will I be Cassandra Fairfax again? Erin asked, feeling cheeky. Howell shook his head.
No more Texas oil heiress. You will become a New Yorker from the Upper East Side, who was educated in London, which will explain your non-existent New York accent. Your father is in real estate, hotels mostly, and your mother is an ex-model who is determined to marry you into one of the best families. Naturally, you rebelled and fell in love with Luke Bergeron, whose family immigrated from France in the late 19th century and worked their way up into finance on Wall Street. Luke takes after his father as a hedge fund manager.
Erin let out a low whistle, which made Luke chuckle under his breath. Not sure I can pull off the hoity-toity upper-crust personality, but I'll try. She flipped through the papers. What, or who, are you, Agent Moretti? Braden grinned.
Probably the janitor who sees everything, hears everything, and tries to seduce the millionaire's daughter.
Erin fluttered her lashes at Braden. And pray tell, who would that be? He gave her his devastating smile that made her heart flutter.
Why, you, Miss Ritz-Carlton. Because you'll be the most beautiful woman in the room in Savannah.
You're such a tease, Moretti. Erin carefully kept her gaze away from either man, focusing on her boss. For your information, my surname is not Ritz-Carlton. You must be mixing me up with the heir of another hotel tycoon.
Ah, my mistake, Miss Marriott.
Erin nearly burst into laughter, stifling a snort of her own. Incorrigible man.
Hey, I get to be your incorrigible man, Luke said in a low voice. After all, I'm your fiancé.
What? Erin gulped down a screech, flipping through her folder. Where does it say that?
Page 3 at the bottom,
Braden answered. Erin shot daggers at Howell. You're seriously going to set us up as a fake fiancé couple again?
Nope. This time you'll be faking it with Agent Bergeron.
Erin tried to keep her composure even though she wanted to scream.
Since you'll have a completely different alias and backstory, we can't have you pretending to be engaged to Agent Moretti. Different name, different person this time around.
But it's all fake. Who's going to know the difference?
We will know. You will know. I can't have you and Moretti slipping, even accidentally. I need you all to focus. Braden will be there in the background as a stranger, but free to move about as he pleases."
"Hey, aren't I good enough to be your fiancée, Miss Hotel Marriott?"
Luke asked with a sly grin.
"That is not my name. It's just that Agent Moretti and I know each other better, that's all," Erin said casually. "I thought it would be easier to pull off a real relationship with him instead of a total stranger."
"As far as I understand, you and Moretti were strangers last Christmas,"
Bergeron added with a smirk. "How would you know that? We were undercover." Howell cleared his throat.
"I think I mentioned it to Agent Bergeron's supervisor when I telephoned to arrange our meeting tonight."
Across the room, Braden gave Erin a tiny shake of his head, as if to warn her about showing her emotions. It appeared that he wanted to keep their personal relationship a secret from Bergeron. She supposed it didn't matter, but she'd go along with it for now.
"Any more questions?" Howell asked. "Your itineraries and profiles are detailed in your folders. Call me on this secure line if you need to clarify anything. We're giving you burner phones before you leave town. Use them only if you run into trouble while in Savannah."
He stood to pass out slips of paper with a secure number on it.
"You all know how to access the line with its passcode, but I don't anticipate any trouble. You're all professionals. Now act like it and let's get closer to identifying our suspect and, with luck, get evidence against him so we can take him into custody."
Erin pressed her lips together and nodded. Under the surface, her mind was reeling. Luke Bergeron was going to be her fiancé? The thought was unsettling. Last year's Christmas party was difficult enough. She and Braden had clashed, but that all changed when he picked her up in the limo, and his eyes told her she was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. The two of them ended up talking the night away, when they weren't busy preventing the $10 million fake Fabergé jewel from being sold for briefcases full of cash. She closed her eyes, reliving their first kiss under the mistletoe. Purely a quirky chance moment, and the room full of wealthy guests calling for them to kiss, but such a happy coincidence. She and Braden had never been the same since. Life had turned into an incredible journey with Agent Moretti. She loved him more and more every day. They had a blast every time they were together. Went exploring the California coast together on their days off, and got along with each other's families like they had known them all their lives. Erin dreamed that the two of them might become a permanent love story, and hopefully, if they did marry, their profession would never jeopardize their relationship. She was startled to look up and see Agent Bergeron gazing at her, making Erin feel as if he knew what she was thinking. How could he possibly read her mind? She'd been careful to keep her facial expressions as neutral as possible over this new assignment, except when the whole fake fiancé angle took her off guard, which was completely understandable. Bergeron must have honed his instinctual skills to perfection. She had to be very careful to treat Braden with complete indifference and nonchalance. Nobody in Savannah could know that they were in love. Nobody. It might be a matter of life and death. Chapter 3. Agent Moretti's Secret. Braden Moretti slid into the driver's seat of his black Mustang and slid the key into the ignition. All he wanted to do was peel out of the parking lot, but he paused to take a few minutes to decompress and rid himself of his ridiculous disguise. Braden tossed the cowboy hat into the passenger seat. Finally, he tugged off the fake black mustache, Agent Howell's request for tonight's meeting disguise, ecstatic to be rid of the itchy thing. The cowboy hat, jeans, and plaid shirt made him laugh since he lived in the city. Not a ranch or horse in sight, Just skyscrapers, the Pyramid Building, and the Golden Gate Bridge lit up against the darkness. He had hoped to kiss Erin goodbye while wearing his mustache just to tease her, but Luke Bergeron walked out with them after the meeting adjourned. Erin and Brayden made an unspoken pact to act cool and distant with each other. Friendly, but certainly no more of a relationship than that. Brayden supposed it was an excellent time to start practicing for their job in Savannah, when they would have to avoid each other as strangers. But darn it, it was hard. He loved that woman. He craved her next to him all the time now. They had grown together so close this past year. It was hard to believe that this would be their second Christmas since working together last December. The months had flown by, with dates and hikes and family dinners, jokes and laughter, and the most breath-stealing kisses he'd ever known with a woman. Since they worked at 2 different locations in San Francisco, it was easy to keep their relationship on the down low from the intelligence community. Well, Agent Howell knew. After all, he was the one that had set them up, literally. Letting out a soft chuckle, Brayden reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small black velvet box. He popped back the lid. A sparkling diamond ring set with dazzling stones around a large marquise diamond glittered under the nearby streetlight. He'd made plans to propose this year on Christmas Eve, but who knew if they'd even be back home by then? This Christmas party in Savannah was scheduled for the entire week before the holiday. They'd probably be taking the red-eye back on Christmas Day. So much for romance. Completely inconvenient. Brayden gripped the steering wheel, wanting to slam a fist onto the dash. Work interrupted personal plans often. It came with the territory, and he'd gotten used to it after 10 years with the CIA. But things were different now. Because of beautiful, funny, smart Erin Steele. Brayden was not happy with this fake fiancé setup for his girl. Especially with an arrogant guy like Bergeron, who was built like a linebacker and had the ego to go with it. He probably prided himself on how much he could bench press. And Brayden didn't miss the way Bergeron had been checking out his girl. Just then, he spotted Erin coming out of the back door of the NR building. She was wearing ankle-high, jeweled black boots with her fishnet stockings and walking jauntily, tossing those fake red curls in a carefree stride of a college girl on her way to a dance club with friends. The sight of her made Brayden laugh. She was so spirited and adorable. A real spitfire. But sitting here in his car would also look like he was stalking her. He should have already been gone. As soon as she was safely in her vehicle, Brayden shoved the diamond ring back into his pocket, started the engine, and then peeled his Mustang out of the parking lot with a squeal of tires and burning rubber. Chapter 4. Erin's Secret. Before heading home from the secret meeting with Howell and this new Luke Bergeron spook, Erin let out a sigh. The first thing she did was yank off the hot, itchy wig. Wow, those things were uncomfortable. The fishnet stockings weren't very warm for December either. Goosebumps broke out on her legs, and a slight shiver ran right up her spine. She cranked the car heater to full blast, then headed for home. Her cell rang just as she entered a side lane to the main street. "Hey, you," she said in a sultry voice. "I miss you." His voice held mischief. "You just saw me, sweetheart." "Yeah, right. At an office meeting with some new spook checking us out from across the office. Not exactly seeing you. At least not like I want to." "I agree 100%. Hungry? We could grab some dinner." Erin spotted headlights in her rearview mirror. "Aren't I always? I'm starving." Brayden laughed. "You're the only girl I've ever met who can eat as much as I can and never gain an ounce."
Your metabolism must be through the roof.
Guess I'm lucky that way. But, as much as I want to spend a few hours with you, let's not chance Agent Bergeron spotting us. We're going to have to remain cool and politely distant until this job is done.
I know. Just trying to tempt you, my love.
Doesn't take much to tempt me into an evening with my man, that's for sure. Hey, did you read the itinerary yet?
Only what I skimmed in Howell's office. I think we leave tomorrow.
Seriously? Yikes. Guess we'll both be up all night packing. Do I get a personal dresser like Darla last year? I wish she could just follow me around to do my hair and makeup.
You don't need her, although you looked pretty spectacular at the Christmas party last year. Tonight, too. For a punker with red hair and fishnet stockings, that is.
Ha! Erin burst out.
Although I did like admiring your legs at the meeting tonight. Perfect legs.
Now I'm blushing.
Quit blushing, woman, Braden said with a laugh. It'll clash with that outrageous wig.
Too late. The fake hair is going in the trash when I get back to my apartment.
Ah, poor wig. You should save it for next Halloween.
I'll make you wear it. They both went quiet for a moment, then Erin softly sighed. I miss you, but at least we'll see each other every day in Savannah.
I'll take it. Maybe sneak in a kiss here and there.
Braden, Erin warned. You know how dangerous.
I know, sweetheart. We're both professionals. We can pretend we hate each other if it's easier, he suggested.
Now, that might be going a little bit too far, but it's better to avoid each other as much as we can. I mean, how would we explain that we know each other so very well?
You're right. I'll call you later to compare notes, okay?
Deal. That will help. They finally hung up, and a few minutes later, Erin was pulling into her tiny garage at the 4-story San Francisco Victorian where she lived, in the 3rd-floor apartment. Once upstairs, she took a hot shower, climbed into her pajamas, turned on the television to keep her company, and settled down with a dossier. Braden was right. She had an 8:30 flight out of SFO in the morning. It was a little after 11 now. She'd have to sleep on the plane. The travel department had managed to get her a non-stop to Charlotte, North Carolina, then a jumper flight to Savannah. But with the time change, she wouldn't arrive until 9:30 at night. At least the 4-hour layover in Charlotte would let her stretch her legs and get dinner, so she didn't starve to death. Braden would laugh at her over that. The itinerary showed that a hired car would take her to a hotel. Then someone would arrive with her disguise for the persona of wealthy Upper East Side New Yorker. A flutter of nerves shot through her stomach. Just breathe, she muttered to herself. She had done this last year. But this time it was for an entire week of daily activities, parties, and people. Lots and lots of people that could trip her up. Erin hoped Luke was up to this. Well, since he was CIA and had most likely gone undercover before, the man was probably more prepared than she was. Just as Braden had coached her through last year's operation, she'd have to rely on Agent Bergeron this time, if he wasn't too arrogant and left her to flounder just to prove how great he was. It was apparent the man had an ego. Grabbing her clothes from the dryer, Erin began packing as fast as possible. There would be a wardrobe for her role as a wealthy socialite, but she'd need traveling clothes, and a pair of casual leggings and a sweatshirt for when she retired to her bedroom and could let her hair down and just be herself. The phone rang, and when she saw the caller ID, Erin realized that she hadn't called her parents yet to tell them she'd be leaving town. "Hi, Mom, how are you?" "Erin, we haven't talked to you in days. I think we still live in the same city, right?" "Yes, Mom." Erin said with a wry smile as she threw stockings and scarves into the suitcase. I'm still here in San Francisco, but I have a flight out tomorrow morning for work. When did that come up? Just today, unfortunately. Oh dear. I was hoping we could go Christmas shopping this weekend. The stores and the malls are so gorgeous this time of year. You know it's my favorite holiday, despite what happened. Her mother's voice trailed off as the words got caught in her throat. Erin's heart twisted. Every December had been like this over the last 2 years. But the constant pain wouldn't go away until they learned the truth about her older sister. Oh, Mom, I wish we could spend time together, but this job came up suddenly, and it has to be this week. There's no putting it off. Her mother's voice turned melancholy as she tried to compose herself. It always does, doesn't it? Where are you going, honey? I can't tell you, Mom. Security issues, you know? I'm sorry. I do hate that part of your job. Now I'll worry even more. Please try not to worry. It's not going to be dangerous. At least danger is not anticipated. That was something she always told her parents so that they wouldn't worry too much. Huh, she said shortly. That certainly didn't happen last year. Mom, I was 27 in July. We take precautions. I won't be alone. Other officers are going too. You mean like Braden? Erin laughed. Can't tell you that either, but yes, other agents like him. Her mother didn't speak for a moment, and a niggle of worry caught in Erin's throat. Mom, you okay? When her mother spoke again, her voice wavered even as she tried to be strong. It's just that 2-year-old Sarah is going to be such fun tearing into her presents on Christmas morning. I probably bought way too many gifts for everyone. It wouldn't be Christmas if you didn't, Mom, she said with a bit of a laugh to try to lift her mother's spirits. Erin would dearly miss Christmas morning with her brother's little daughter if she didn't make it back in time. Her job was always tough around the holidays. Maybe we can do a little reenactment of Christmas morning when I return. I'll even cook part of the dinner. And of course, we'll make our family's famous marshmallow disappearing cinnamon rolls. That sounds nice, sweetheart, her mother agreed wistfully. Erin sank on the edge of her bed. Her mother's voice wasn't right. You okay, Mom? Afraid to bring up the most challenging topic her family had struggled with for so long. It's been 2 years now. This month, since your sister. Her mother went silent, and then Erin could hear her fumbling with a tissue. Hot tears smarted at Erin's eyes, too. She'd been trying to stay busy the past several weeks, knowing the anniversary was coming up when her older sister disappeared, between the week of Christmas and New Year's. Amelia was 30 at the time. There had been no signs of a break-in or a struggle in her car or apartment. But after months of search parties and flyers and a police investigation, not a single clue had turned up. The months became years. Amelia was never found, and neither was her body. The agony of her parents was torture to watch, and Erin could barely speak of her personal anguish and mourning over the sister she had always admired and tried to emulate. Her brother Sean was 28 at the time, and Erin 25. Erin had been contemplating applying to the FBI since she'd been a daredevil girl growing up. She climbed trees with the neighborhood boys, played baseball on warm fall nights, went skydiving with Sean when they started college. Every summer she traveled with friends all over the world and stayed at hostels. Backpacking and camping with her father taught her survival skills. When Erin was accepted, her entire family was thrilled. Amelia disappeared soon after she graduated from Quantico, and Erin began her official career as an agent. Knowing she'd have access to resources to find her sister had been a powerful impetus, but not a single clue had ever turned up. It was as if Amelia had vanished into thin air, literally. Erin began to suspect her sister had been drugged and kidnapped into a trafficking ring. The idea was horrific, but what other answer could it be? Not a single sighting or clue. Not a single spotting at an airport or passport application or train station. Amelia's apartment looked as if she'd simply left for the day as usual. Nothing out of place. Her purse and jacket still hanging on her bedpost. Her car still in the garage at her apartment. They all assumed she had gone to work that morning, but her sister had never shown up at the media tech giant where she worked as a computer scientist. Erin and her parents searched every square inch of her apartment. With the help of Amelia's best friend, Lila Norwood, they scoured Amelia's social media, her bank accounts, talked to every friend and coworker from the previous 2 decades, but there was nothing unusual in any acquaintance's demeanor. Absolutely nothing. Even after hiring a private investigator, no less. At the time, Amelia wasn't dating anyone either. The entire situation made 0 sense, making it all that much worse. Her sister's disappearance was the biggest mystery Erin had ever heard of, and working at the FBI exposed her to much of the seedy underbelly of society. Amelia had led the cleanest, straightest life of anyone she knew. Not knowing was the worst for her parents. Her mother was so completely devastated, she'd ended up having a nervous breakdown a year later, although she was getting better now after a lot of family counseling. Erin could only imagine the excruciating pain her parents were under every single day. It was one of the reasons her mother clung to Erin so much, called her at least twice a day, and wished she would resign from the FBI. But how could she resign when she had access to resources that might turn up a clue about her sister one day? That thought kept Erin going. Trips out of town didn't happen very often, but when they did, her mother stressed about it. At least Sean had a little one now to distract her parents and give them something that brought them a joy to focus their attention on. "Mom?" Erin whispered, holding back hot tears. "We'll find her someday. We'll learn the truth. It's happened to other families, even after decades have gone by, so there's always hope. We have to keep holding on and keeping the faith. And if she is gone, she's in a much better place. Knowing that is the only way I can cope." "I know, honey. I know. Just please be careful. And we'll have that second Christmas after you return. That I can promise you. Kiss Dad for me. I love you. I love you too, sweetheart." They hung up, and Erin dropped back onto her pillow, fighting to hold back the deluge of emotion that made her chest hurt. She had to put thoughts of Amelia aside for now, or she'd never be able to focus and keep her head over the next week. Chapter 5. On Assignment. 24 hours later, Erin's flight was landing in Savannah. City lights twinkled against an inky black sky as the plane wheels bumped the runway. Her layover in Charlotte had been long enough for a meal, so instead of heading to the nearest restaurant, she grabbed one of the taxis at the airport curb and slid into the back seat. "The Perry Lane Hotel, please," she said. "Yes, ma'am." The driver was gone within seconds, jumping ahead of the other taxis that were attempting to pull away in a long stream of yellow cabs. Erin stifled a yawn. Only 5 hours sleep the previous night, and she'd been in airports and on 2 planes for close to 16 hours. A hot shower and then bed sounded divine right now. The concierge handed her the key to her room, and a porter deposited her suitcase inside while she rummaged for a $5 bill to tip him. She would only be there one night, but the room was spacious and beautiful, with great views overlooking the Savannah Bridge and distant river. Fairy lights sparkled around the hotel grounds. Erin had noticed a lovely rooftop restaurant, but she had orders not to go out at all. She was to order room service instead. That sounded perfect to her. Food, shower, and then crashing into the magnificent king-sized bed to sleep until noon tomorrow. Those were her written orders. To get a good night's sleep because it might be her last one for the next week, and she couldn't have bags under her eyes either. An hour later, her hair in a towel and wearing the fluffy hotel bathrobe, room service arrived. Sitting on the cozy couch, Erin situated the trolley in front of the television to watch some news while she ate. That's when she spotted an envelope scrawled with only 2 letters written across. CF, the initials of her alias from last year. She didn't think she'd use it again since they had created a new backstory for her. That pseudonym wouldn't go into effect until she arrived in Savannah. Huh, Erin said, stuffing her mouth with a piece of medium-rare steak while she tore open the envelope. Was this note meant for her? Miss Fairfax, a hired car will pick you up at noon tomorrow for your salon appointment. Do not be tardy. Erin blinked her tired eyes. Oh, yes. She had checked into this hotel under Cassandra, but would leave the salon for the Levine mansion as someone else. Her new cell phone buzzed just as she was finishing up the last of her dinner. Erin snapped off the television and read the text message. Since there were no names of contacts in the secure cell phone, she had no idea who it was until she read it. A hired car will retrieve you at 6 p.m. tomorrow. I will accompany you to our final destination. Erin hoped it might be Braden, but she knew it wasn't. They could not be seen together until they officially met at one of the Levine Mansion events. This message had to be from Agent Bergeron. She gave a small sigh and finished her dinner. She knew why it couldn't be Braden working with her as a couple again. Braden Moretti, a.k.a. Marcus Romero, had been seen before with Cassandra, a Texas oil heiress, so he'd be working alone this time around. Confirmed, she texted back. Despite the burner phones, they were cautious not to use names or specific locations. The great thing about the phone was that the battery would last the entire week, especially if she used it sparingly. Her eyes were burning from fatigue now. After Erin brushed her teeth, she sank into the most comfortable hotel bed she'd ever slept in and turned off the light. A moment later, the phone lit up on the nightstand. Would anybody finally let her sleep? Blinking blearily at the bizarre text message, Erin sat up with a jerk as prickles of unease ran down her arms. Welcome to Savannah, Erin. I know who you are and I'm watching you. Have a good night's sleep, my sweet. Chapter 6. Isabel Lilibet Windsor, an American society spy. Sleep was almost impossible after the creepy stalker text. Should she message Howell? After hesitating for a bit, and wearing the carpet out in her hotel room, Erin decided not to acknowledge the message or text her boss if her phone had been hacked. Erin double-checked the security on the hotel door, but tossed and turned for 2 hours. Finally, she took a sleeping pill and dozed off, waking with a start when the alarm clock went off. After a quick shower, she packed up her few possessions and was at the curb waiting for the hired car 5 minutes early. She verified the driver's identification before getting into the back seat. Driving through downtown was lovely. It was an unseasonably warm December here in Savannah. Much nicer than San Francisco was with its usual rainy, foggy winters. The roadsides and parks were stunning, with still blooming flowers and shrubbery. Majestic homes and cozy bungalows swept by through the tinted car windows. The driver pointed out good restaurants and drove her over the bridge to the Riverwalk, where Erin spotted ships pulling up to the docks and then a walking street where small shops and cafes were adorned in Christmas finery. Finally, they pulled up to a 3-story Victorian house in the historic district, which consisted of 20 city squares, dotted with museums, churches, mansions, and monuments of both the Revolutionary and Civil War eras. Every square has a park, Erin noted, practically gluing her nose to the car window where she sat in the back seat. I had no idea Savannah was so beautiful. It's simply charming.
The locals will enjoy hearing you say that, the driver said. And here we are, ma'am, he added, smoothly pulling up in front of a row of tall, attached historical houses. A blue-painted front door was at the top of a set of stone stairs. Hanging flower baskets ran along the porch roofline. After Erin climbed the flight of steps, she knocked on the front door, which opened quickly. Darla, the woman who had dressed her for last year's Christmas gala, greeted her with a big embrace and a kiss on both cheeks.
"I was so excited to hear that I'd be working on you again, you cute thing," she exclaimed. Come in before anyone sees you."
"Nobody else knows I'm here," Erin said, protesting weakly. Except someone had sent her a threatening message on the burner phone, and the person did not sound like a friend. More like someone to put in the foe category. Foreboding shivers ran down her spine once more, but Erin tried to shake it off as Darla sat her down in a salon chair and gazed at her, finger under her chin, a frown creasing her forehead.
"A year ago you were Cassandra Fairfax," she said. "And we kept you a brunette. This year you will be a New York Park Avenue society woman, as a dramatic blonde."
"Blonde?" Erin yelped. "I don't think I'd look good as a blonde."
"My hands work magic, my dear. You are going to look fabulous. You will hardly recognize yourself."
A crooked smile crossed Erin's lips. "If you say so."
"I do say so. You already have pale skin and blue eyes, which are super exotic paired with your dark brown hair, but it all works well together if you turn into a blonde." Darla handed her a sheet of paper. "Here is your name for the operation. Memorize it and your family background, and then we will burn the paper."
Erin scanned the information, then her breath caught. Isabel Windsor, a distant cousin to the royal family of Great Britain? Erin laughed out loud. Isn't that going a little too far?
Of course not. Everybody in the room will want to be your friend, be your confidant, or be your lover.
But I already have a boyfriend.
No, Darla said sharply. Erase that thought. Never speak of him. He does not exist any longer, until this job is finished. In your new role, you'll more easily gain trust and state secrets. It's perfect.
I have no idea how to be a cousin of the royals, no matter how distant.
Pah. I heard all about last year's Christmas. You were brilliant. I also have 2 suitcases ready for you with clothes and accessories for every occasion, while you gallivant about Savannah and attend Christmas events. You're going to have a grand time, and look smashing too.
If you say so, Erin repeated, her voice trailing off.
We only have 6 hours before your fiancé picks you up. While I do your hair, read the dossier, then we'll destroy it all.
Darla was true to her word. 6 hours later, Erin had turned into a bombshell blonde, with professional makeup that made her eyes twice as large and her lips a perfection of pale pink. She was dressed in a pair of slenderizing black silk slacks with a purple belt, a cream blouse, high heels, and a matching amethyst Hermes bag that sold for $82,000. Erin gulped. Surely you're not serious about the price tag. It's simply gorgeous, but
With a cat-like grin, Darla purred while she turned Erin from side to side in the bank of mirrors to admire herself. It's faux, of course, but nobody but you will know the difference, will they? Now open the purse. With a quizzical glance at the older woman, Erin opened the clasp and found a small manila envelope. She shook the contents into her palm. A glittering diamond ring fell onto her palm. Oh, is this the same ring? Yes, it is, with a few small modifications, but essentially the same. Your engagement ring. Put it on before your fiancé arrives. Erin slowly pushed the ring over the ring finger of her left hand. It was pretty gorgeous. Can I pull this off? She whispered. I feel more nervous about it for some reason. You were a smashing success last year. You'll have Agent Bergeron to help you over any uncomfortable questions. He comes from a wealthy family, you know. He what? Darla arched an eyebrow. I thought you knew that. He's well acquainted with the scene here in Savannah because his family originally comes from the area. He'll be at your side at all times. Plus, you'll have Agent Moretti if you need him to rescue you from any sticky situations, if Bergeron is somewhere else on the Levine estate at the time. Butterflies were now running a special ops rampage in Erin's stomach. Darla clasped Erin's hands with her warm hands in a motherly gesture. You need to throw off Erin Steele and become Isabel Lilibet Windsor. Lilibet? You're joking. That's Queen Elizabeth's nickname. Your grandmother was very close to the Queen and thought it would be lovely to give you a bit of her name for your middle name. It's perfect. But someone is bound to find out I'm a fraud, or ask me about the royal cousins and in-laws and outlaws. Darla gave her a quick kiss on the cheek in a motherly gesture. I'm not worried about you, because you already knew the name Lilibet. It gave you away, my dear. You probably know more about the royal family than most young people. And Harry and Meghan's drama doesn't count. Not many young people could come up with Lilibet so quickly. Still, Erin said doubtfully, can I wear an earpiece so you can feed me facts to answer questions I don't know? Darla laughed and shook her head. Too risky. Besides, nobody at the Levine mansion knows the royal family personally. You have never met them in person either. Also, your grandmother died 15 years ago. Stop worrying so much. Erin let out a choked laugh. The whole thing was so absurd. We have confidence in you, and we have your back, Darla added softly. Erin nodded, tears suddenly pricking at the back of her eyes. Darla was funny and darn good at what she did, but she was also an old motherly softy type, just what Erin needed right now. Finally, Darla added a pair of gold studs to her ears and a simple gold chain with a locket around her neck. Now you're perfect. Rich but classy. The talk of society, but a woman with a heart of gold. Inside the locket is a picture of your grandmother. You two were very close. You honestly think of everything, Secret Agent Darla. Are you ready, my dear? Your fiancé has arrived. Erin's stomach leaped into her throat. This was it. This assignment was happening. The hardest part of all would be pretending to be in love with Luc Bergeron while she wanted to punch him in the nose most of the time. Chapter 7. A Mansion to Beat All Mansions. Agent Bergeron's eyes drank in the sight of Erin when he entered the safe house. His gaze ran up and down her transformed figure, which annoyed her to no end. They were business partners, not checking each other out across the room at a bar. Bergeron gave a low wolf whistle. Howell never told me I'd be escorting a Marilyn Monroe look-alike to this shindig,
You're incredibly hot as a blonde, although you were ravishing as a redhead back in Howell's office, too.
Stop it or I'll punch you, Erin told him with a laughing growl. Furthermore, sexism doesn't become you.
How can I not fall in love with you all over again, darling Isabel? Luke said, grinning like a Cheshire cat at her obvious discomfort. Then he tried to take her hand to walk down the Victorians' outside stairs that would take them to the hired car waiting at the curb, Darla following behind.
Oh, stop being so over the top, she said, narrowing her eyes. And you may not touch me again until I give you permission. We're not in character yet, so stop showing off.
We need to be believable for our driver. Don't you know that the invisible waitstaff in the background always gossips?
Ha! Our chauffeur is FBI. There's no way our bosses would send anyone from Uber or the local taxi company to a safe house.
He chuckled and opened the back door of the sleek black Lincoln. I can't pull anything over on you, I see. But I do think we need to get in practice for our acting roles sooner rather than later.
Erin decided to ignore that. Was he being condescending, obnoxious, or just friendly? She didn't know him well enough to determine the answer to that question. He was also a bit hard to read. A joker and prankster? Or was Luke Bergeron merely a womanizer? Let's just say that I will not tolerate any handsy shenanigans.
Are you married, then?
You know very well that I am not.
Engaged with a wedding date next month?
Of course not. Although his questions only brought Braden's face crashing against Erin's mind. Braden's gorgeous dark eyes, the waves in his hair, the sweet and tender but earth-shattering kisses. Her breath caught. And unfortunately, Luke caught it too.
Ah, I've figured you out now, Miss Isabel Windsor, he said, grinning at her while teasing her with the alias name. There is a significant other in your life that you're trying to keep from me.
Okay, Bergeron, you can stop with your guessing now. I'm not going to acknowledge yes or no.
Ha! I believe you just confirmed it. You're becoming very easy to read.
Erin had no intention of betraying her and Braden's relationship. No one could know. It would jeopardize the job. That's ridiculous. I just want you to stop talking. Darla wrapped Erin in a long, soft coat, wrapping a scarf around her neck against the cold evening. Have fun, you two, and good luck. Thanks for the transformation. You do work magic. I get a kick out of it. Now be safe. Seriously, I want my clients to stay alive. Besides, that's a darn good coloring job. You look splendid as a blonde, if I do say so myself. Darla winked and handed over 2 suitcases to the driver to put in the trunk of the waiting car. Here is your wardrobe for the next several days. Day wear, party dresses, toiletries, shoes, the works. Oh, right, of course, thank you. Erin hadn't wanted to think ahead to all that was coming and the role she needed to play. It was too bad this wasn't a single evening job like last Christmas, and that it couldn't be with Braden. Last year had been awkward with him too, but they soon realized they worked well together. And then afterward, their attraction and relationship had become something so much more. Within minutes, her luggage was stowed in the trunk next to Luke's suitcases, and they were off into the fairy-lit holiday streets of Savannah. Now that it was dark, it became apparent that Savannah, Georgia knew how to do Christmas right. Every street in the downtown area was festooned with wreaths and garlands and thousands of colorful, sparkly lights. Christmas trees decorated in blazes of glory stood in every park and square. Even the Savannah Bridge was lit up against the black sky.
Have you checked out the schedule yet? Agent Bergeron asked,
leaning closer to speak low into Erin's ear while he placed an arm around her shoulders. She began to recoil, but his grip tightened to stop her from speaking, while his brown eyes held hers in a firm gaze, reflecting the light of the moon shining into the rear car window. "I don't trust any driver, actually," Luke went on. "Honestly, I think it's in our best interest to get into character. I promise I will not be annoying." Erin pressed her lips together but then nodded. "The itinerary looks lovely, Mr. Forbes." She added with a small cough. "Christmas house tours and dancing on the riverboat." "The first name is Aiden, but you can call me Mr. A," Luke said to tease her. "Aiden it is, publicly and privately," Erin whispered in a fierce tone while she tried to relax. She found that all of this pretentious undercover silliness was giving her a headache and making her irritated with her boss. Why couldn't she and Bergeron be colleagues at some imaginary company instead of a fake engagement? She might have some words to share in regards to future assignments with Agent Howell after this week was all over. 15 minutes later, they entered a wide avenue with picturesque oak trees arching across the road on both sides. The Christmas lights on each private mansion were breathtaking. Thousands upon thousands of them hung on doorways and rooftops, and every single tree on the street was woven with reds and blues and whites. "You like it?" Luke asked her, leaning in even closer to see out the side window. "Guess it's obvious, huh?" she said with a wry smile. "Yes, I'm a sucker for Christmas decorations. All these homes. Eye-popping. And there's where we're staying up on the right. The Levine estate." A moment later, their driver pulled into a circular drive, festooned with quaint lampposts with hanging garland wreaths. An enormous oak tree dripping with Spanish moss held thousands of white lights in the center of a grassy knoll. The sight took Erin's breath away. "Okay, sweetheart, close your mouth," Luke whispered. "Doesn't your family home that backs up against Central Park look similar to this?" For the life of me, I just cannot seem to grow Spanish moss on my grove of elms and Yoshino cherry trees. Erin shot back, but her lips twitched. "Ha! I think my date just told a joke. Maybe we'll get along after all." Luke shot her a smile, and his white teeth lit up in the dark car. Their driver parked the Lincoln in front of the double front doors that boasted the most prominent and grandest Christmas wreaths Erin had ever seen. The driver hopped out and opened the trunk, depositing their luggage on the brick walkway that led to the steps of the columned porch. "I'll see that your luggage makes it to your rooms," the driver said, placing the bags on a trolley to take around to the back of the house, as he'd been instructed earlier. "Please make your way to the front doors, Mr. Forbes, sir." "Thank you," Luke told him, holding out his arm for Erin. She took a deep breath and tried to think and act like a girl from a moneyed society, whose grandmother was acquainted with the Queen of England. When a butler opened the front door for them, Erin and Luke stepped inside. She tried not to gasp at the sight of the foyer. Marble floors seemed to stretch for miles, and the chandeliers in the entrance hall were enormous, glittering with thousands of beveled prisms. Inlaid walnut tables and thick Persian rugs lay in perfect positions of comfort. A curving staircase rose up the back of the hall and disappeared into the upper story. "This house looks like a small castle," Erin breathed in a low whisper. A woman in a crisp dress suit greeted them. "I am Miss Henry, Mrs. Levine's personal secretary. Welcome to the Levine Estate's annual Christmas house party. We're happy to have you as our guests. A maid will show you to your suites." You'll find a printed itinerary of the week's activities on the table in your room, as well as a map of the house. Please make yourselves at home. Tonight we will have a self-serve buffet in the dining hall as guests arrive. You can partake until 10 p.m., or not at all if that's your preference. A young woman in her early 20s entered the foyer to take Erin and Luke into their rooms. Welcome, I'm Kylie, and I'll be pleased to show you to your rooms. Agent Bergeron briefly pressed Erin's arm. See you later, sweetheart, he said in a low voice, winking at her, and somehow managing to include the maid in the same wink. Kylie stifled a giggle and shot a glance at Erin, her eyes widening as if to silently comment on Luke's rugged good looks and the muscles outlined under his leather jacket. I can help you both at the same time, sir, she said quickly, taking them up the first curving banister. Just follow me, please. Soon they had ascended beyond the lower rooms to the quiet guest chambers on the third floor. If you'd prefer to take the elevator, you can find it at the end of the hallway to the left, Kylie said. From up here, you can see the main hall down below. Erin stood at the solid mahogany railing that overlooked the foyer. It's a beautiful house. Kylie nodded, smiling. The house was originally built in 1890 and has belonged to the Levine family ever since. Here's your room, Miss Windsor, Kylie said, opening the door to a large suite. And right next door is yours, Mr. Forbes. Erin held her breath, hoping Luke wouldn't make a joke about them sharing a room. Thankfully, he didn't, and she slowly exhaled. All he asked was, "Here to the right of Isabel's room?" Yes, sir, Kylie said. Each suite has a master bath as well. Their luggage had been deposited in front of each guest door. It reminded Erin of how cruise line ships organized the passengers' belongings. All luggage taken directly to your room and then picked up outside your door on the morning of departure. Luke was the picture of gentlemanly charm. Thank you, Kylie. I can show myself around my room. Just take care of my girl, Isabel. Of course. Good evening, Mr. Forbes. Erin's skin prickled at the easy familiarity Luke Bergeron exuded toward her as his fake fiancé. It irritated her a bit, but she tried to keep the smile on her face while she gave him a weak wave as he strode down the hall. Here we are, Miss Windsor, Kylie said, sweeping an arm out when she opened the door to the suite, picking up a suitcase in each hand. 2 minutes later, Erin had been shown the gorgeous bathroom with a granite sit-down vanity, walk-in shower with jets, a spacious king-sized bed, and French doors that opened onto a balcony overlooking the lights of the city. Far in the distance, the arch of the city bridge spanned the dark waters of the Savannah River. Beautiful view, Erin said. It's a lovely room. Oh, it is. My favorite of the guest suites. One last thing, the young woman added as she walked toward the sitting area where sofas and cozy chairs were arranged. There's a connecting door between your room and your fiancé, Mr. Forbes's. Somehow, Erin managed to keep a straight face and not grimace at the implication, but she caught the small smile Kylie was trying to hide at the innuendo of a midnight visit from the man she was engaged to. Thank you. I believe I'll unpack now. I can help you. All the other guests are already here. Unless you're hungry for supper downstairs first, Kylie suggested. I'm a bit particular about my personal belongings. When you return downstairs, turn right toward the formal dining room. There's a large spread to enjoy. Erin nodded her thanks and shut the bedroom door behind her. She blew out a quick breath of relief after getting through the first hurdle. With deft hands, she unpacked the 2 suitcases and hung up the various clothing items, hoping she'd figure out how the outfits would go together when it came time to wear each one. Then she spied a note lying on top of the blow-dryer and makeup satchel. It was from Darla and handwritten. I've listed each outfit with its matching accessories and what event it would be best for. There are 2 extra ensembles just in case of food spills or midnight chases. Bless that adorable woman. What a relief to have instructions on the latest fashions. One less thing to worry about, like blowing her cover due to ignorance about matching scarves and earrings with the ball gowns or slacks and blouses. After inspecting the room again, Erin pulled the blinds across the expanse of the French doors that opened onto the balcony and then held her ear against the hallway door. All was quiet. Next, she crossed the room to listen at the adjoining door to Agent Bergeron's room. Not a sound came through, but she quietly locked the connecting door anyway. No way would she allow her fiancé to enter without her explicit permission. Erin spent the next 20 minutes ensuring the room wasn't bugged or contained cameras. Lampshades, electronics, flowers, the fancy shower head, the works. It took 30 minutes, but she could finally declare that the room was clean. Finally, she kneeled on the floor and pulled up the soft bedspread to peer underneath. In the center of the carpet, under the bed, was a small black bag. So dark that the bag was invisible if she didn't already know it was there. Erin hauled it out and opened it up on the bedspread. Inside was her favorite spy paraphernalia, her personal set of electronics and bugging devices. She inspected each item and noted that they all appeared in good order. Included in her spy gear was a set of camouflaged earpieces for herself and Luke if they needed to communicate incognito. The last item contained with her gear was her personal Glock pistol, a standard issue from the FBI. She checked the chamber for bullets, put the safety on, then touched the box of extra ammunition. Erin blew out a slow breath. She was here, and this had all become very real. Now it was time to assume her new role and get to work. A light knock on the connecting door sounded. Erin crossed the room and spoke against the door. "Yes?" she asked without opening it. "Buffet dinner downstairs," Luke said. "Then we get to see the Levine's museum where King Tut's exhibit is located." "How do you know?" "It's on the schedule, lying on the table by the door. How'd you miss it?" "Too busy putting Isabel Windsor's wardrobe away. These things take time when you're a rich girl, don't you know?" Erin didn't add that she'd cased the room, too. She assumed Luke had immediately scoured his bedroom as well. "You hungry, sweetheart?" he asked. "Of course, it's been hours since breakfast." "A girl with a healthy appetite," Luke said with a chuckle. "I like it. So, open the door and let me in." "Not on your life, buddy. I'll meet you in the hall." "As you wish, my lady." "Very funny. I'm not Princess Buttercup, dear Wesley. Besides, if I am, then that makes you my servant, and every wish is a command for you to obey." "Touché," Luke said, admiration in his voice. There were too many times he was flirting with her, above and beyond what their job called for. Chapter 8. Egyptian Treasures. Erin locked her door, deposited the key in the pocket of her slacks, and looked up to see Luke gazing at her. "Stop it," she hissed. "I swear you're trying to get under my skin." "Can I help it if I admire my beautiful fiancée every time I see her?" "That's what I mean," Erin began when Luke put a finger to his lips as if someone was listening nearby. But there wasn't. She stuck her hands on her hips and lifted an eyebrow in a silent question. Luke came in close and whispered in her ear, "We have to stay in character at all times. It's too dangerous not to." Erin just grunted. She knew that, but it was still infuriating. "There are things I want to say to you," she said meaningfully. "But I guess I can't when we're in public."
"Whisper them in my ear when we're dancing tomorrow night on the riverboat,"
Luke said with a wink. "Now take my arm and bat your lashes at me and let's go downstairs. I could eat an entire ham at the moment." Erin tried not to roll her eyes, but a small laugh managed to escape her lips. The dining room spread was sumptuous with every imaginable roasted meat, salads, breads, and desserts. The guests chatted polite introductions to one another, while they ate at various cozy tables situated about the adjoining Great Hall. She and Luke were introduced to the Levines' wealthy neighbors, business acquaintances, local and state politicians, and a few European friends who had come over for a charming holiday in the South. Mrs. Levine gushed over everybody as she greeted them at each table and welcomed them to her home.
"I'm so pleased to meet you, Isabel. You look so much like my daughter Alana in Los Angeles,
who never comes home for Christmas. I'll pretend you're her, and we'll get along splendidly. And this is your fiancé. How lovely to have you both here. My husband and I wish you many congratulations." She winked at Erin and widened her eyes to convey her admiration of Aiden Forbes's macho physique and good looks. Erin gave her a weak smile and hoped she didn't have lipstick on her teeth when she freshened up. "When is the wedding day, you two lovebirds?" "Next fall," Erin said, while Luke spoke over her with "next spring." Erin blinked her eyes at her fake fiancé and quickly added, "That's our big argument of the holidays, isn't it, darling? I want more time to plan a big wedding, and Aiden would elope tomorrow if I'd let him." She gushed. "I don't blame him, but stick to your guns, Miss Windsor, and get what you want. You only marry once, right? Enjoy your meal and the house. Go exploring or browse the library. I want my guests to feel at home for the next week." "You're so kind, thank you," Erin told her. After Mrs. Levine left, Luke said, "I love it when you call me darling." Erin tried not to roll her eyes. "If you don't behave, I'll stop calling you any endearments altogether and pick a fight with you." Luke wagged a finger at her, lowering his voice and barely moving his lips.
"Must stay in character, Agent Steele." "That's Miss Windsor to you."
"No, it's darling from now on, just to get under your skin." "Well, you do that very well." As the guests finished their meals, they began making their way out to the foyer, where Mr. Levine directed them to a second staircase that led to a completely different wing of the house/mansion/castle where the Egyptian exhibit was housed. Erin swore the museum alone was more than 15,000 square feet. A beautiful high-ceilinged room with artwork on the walls, crown molding, and a beautifully varnished parquet floor. It was now nearly 9:30, and she had already put in a long day, especially after the lengthy travel day, but she tried to hide the yawns overcoming her every few minutes. When they entered the exhibit hall, her fatigue was overcome by the breathtaking exhibit of King Tut Egyptian. Erin was so caught up in seeing history she had only ever imagined that the tour felt like a blink of an eye, even though it had lasted an hour. Every piece was exquisitely fashioned with dozens of jewels and gemstones, and so much pure crafted gold, still shiny after thousands of years. Erin loved the headpieces and the face mask of a boy king who was now long gone from this world, hidden in an obscure tomb for more than 3 millennia. The king's chair was her favorite piece in the collection. The placard stated that it was made of wood and completely covered in gold leaf. An exquisitely carved cutout created the back of the chair. It was a scene of King Tut and his wife, Queen Ankhesenamen, enjoying an afternoon in their garden pavilion with the gold rays of the god Aten shining down on them. The queen was in the pose of ministering to her husband with oil, their hands and arms, and her bent position looking deeply into his face was an intimate, private pose of two people who loved each other. They had grown up together, and Ankhesenamen was the eldest daughter of Queen Nefertiti, one of the most famous queens in Egyptian history. Erin felt Luke's warm breath on her cheek as he slipped in close behind her and slid a hand down her arm. "You look lost in thought, sweetheart." It took all of Erin's fortitude not to shrink from Luke's touch, knowing that the other guests browsing the Egyptian collection could be watching them. She fixed her gaze on the gem-studded throne. "I can't stop staring at the king's throne. The scene on the back holds so much religious and kingly history, as well as being a very intimate scene in an art piece. That's a difficult thing to say for most artwork." "I like intimacy between couples," Luke said. "You need to control your passion, my dear," Erin said, gritting her teeth while smiling to mask her irritation. At that moment, Erin's entire body stiffened and her heart galloped like a racehorse against her ribs. A man appeared at the open double entrance to the airy museum gallery. His perfect silhouette filled the doorway, and his dark hair was rich and feathery like chocolate cake. Shoulders wide and smolderingly sexy, a lump filled her throat at how incredible Braden looked in his sharply cut dark gray suit. At that moment, Erin's entire soul ached to race across the marble floors and let him sweep her up in his arms. Her fake fiancé's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Extraordinary," Luke whispered, followed by a low, deep laugh. "What are you talking about?" Erin demanded, barely able to breathe. "You're giving yourself away, my love," he told Erin, placing his hands on her shoulders to hold her firmly in place next to the Egyptian throne display. "Stop it," Erin hissed at the man she had to pretend to be engaged to. At any moment, her heart was going to launch straight from her chest and bounce across the ceiling from chandelier to chandelier. She was inches away from the man she loved, Braden Moretti. Chapter 9. An Encounter at the Museum. Braden was frowning while he scanned the room as if searching for someone. Couldn't he see her? Erin wondered. Wasn't he looking for her? Then Erin choked, covering her mouth to hide the shock. When Braden's eyes finally did latch onto her face, he gave a little jerk of surprise, then straightened his tie and moved smoothly into the room. No, somehow he had not seen Erin. He hadn't recognized her. How was that possible when they knew each other so well? With trembling hands, Erin watched him search out Mr. and Mrs. Levine on the far side of the spacious room. He greeted them, chatting for a couple of minutes, never looking anywhere else. Least of all at Erin. He was playing his part very well, but Erin couldn't help it if it bothered her just a little. "Steady, Isabel," Luke said, his scent warm and spicy from the cologne he was wearing. When his fingers tightened around hers, it took everything Erin had not to shake the man off her, but common sense prevailed. She had to keep a level head, for heaven's sake, or the mission was botched before it had barely begun. Erin bit her lips, maintaining control. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Stop chewing your lips, my dear. You'll eat off your ruby red lipstick." "If you weren't supposed to be my fiancé," Erin said under her breath, "I'd be giving you a taste of my right hook."
Let's go upstairs and you can punch me all you'd like. We can even wrestle on the bed if that's what you'd prefer. The mattress would make a good wrestling mat to practice our self-defense moves."
Irritation swept over her, and Erin closed her eyes, performing a couple of deep breathing exercises so she didn't bash the man across the head with King Tut's collection of canes. A moment later, she pulled at his arm, moving into a far corner away from the guests engrossed in the Egyptian artifacts. She plastered on a smile for anyone glancing in their direction. "If you say one more suggestive, annoying comment, I'm calling the boss and telling him you're threatening the mission. Or I'll get on the next plane out of here."
"Look at me," Luke commanded. "Come on, open your eyes."
Pressing her lips together, Erin finally relented. Staring daggers at the man who was inches away from her face, she just about lost her cool when he moved in even closer. "What?" she snapped. "What is it you want from me? Talk about unprofessional conduct. That's you in spades." Amusement crossed his lips.
"Oh, Isabel. It's so obvious you're in love with that Moretti guy. I think you've just announced it to the entire house party. Maybe I'll call this whole thing off and drop you at the airport, with a report to your superiors that you are unable to maintain professionalism and subterfuge."
"All right already, now stop. You already know that I do not want to be here."
"That's been obvious from the start, but we're stuck with each other, so get over it."
Erin bit her tongue so she wouldn't say more. She had to force herself to look at this obnoxious CIA hustler as merely a job, even though they had to pretend to be in love. All at once, Braden was there, right in front of her. She tried to remain calm and not rush into his arms.
"I apologize for intruding," he said smoothly, "but our host suggested I introduce myself. Dominic Marini at your service. Call me Dom."
Erin could hardly breathe. "Nice name," she finally whispered. Braden gave her a warm smile, and Erin's insides melted into butter.
"I didn't recognize you at first, Miss Windsor, but I think we might have met several years ago at a birthday party in New York."
She waved a nonchalant hand. "Perhaps a cousin of mine. I do have a lot of cousins along Billionaire's Row," she added wryly. "Did you recently arrive, Mr. Marini, Dom? I didn't notice you at the dinner buffet." Erin tried not to roll her eyes at the lame line. It sounded like she was pining after him, which would only give Luke more ammunition against her, but she had been dismayed at not seeing him here in Savannah until this moment. The light in Braden's deep green eyes was there even as he tried to hide it. "My flight was late." At that moment, Braden spotted the diamond ring Erin was wearing on her left hand, and then fixed his face into a polite grimace. But Erin had seen his look of dismay. This operation was just as hard for the man she loved as it was for her. Shakily, she cleared her throat. Dom, may I introduce my, fiancé?" Luke leaned forward and heartily shook Braden's hand.
"Aiden Forbes. Pleased to meet you. Will you be here all week?"
Braden lifted his lips in a faint smile.
"At the moment, I'm just taking it day by day. Besides, my parents are visiting Savannah at the moment. My mother grew up here, and she's missed the Christmas season the last several years. I'll be visiting them off and on throughout the week at their home."
Erin's eyes widened, questions going off in her head like alarm bells. "Excuse me, Aiden," she said in a shaky voice, turning to Agent Bergeron. "May I get a glass of water? I'm simply parched."
"Of course, my love," Luke said, shooting a defiant look at Braden. "Now be good while I'm gone, you two."
He threw over his shoulder, lifting an eyebrow in a meaningful gesture.
I always am,
Braden said, sticking a hand into one of his coat pockets and giving Erin a wink. Erin clenched her fists as she stood rigidly apart from Braden. At the same time, they tentatively smiled at one another, painfully aware of the room filled with house guests mingling and chatting while they perused the Egyptian artifacts.
Do you think he knows about us?
She whispered under her breath.
Bergeron?
Braden asked, then shook his head.
How could he?
He always seems to be making suggestive comments. Or that look he threw just now, as if we're going to run away together, or start kissing passionately in front of a room full of people. The laugh that came from Braden was warm and gentle.
I'd love to run away with you, Miss Windsor. Thought you'd never ask.
I'm serious, Erin said, covering her burst of giggles.
I am too. You know I love you.
Shh, not so loud. Erin straightened, barely moving her lips and keeping more than a foot between them, while she gazed coolly about the room and the beautifully dressed guests. We cannot give ourselves away. I'm supposed to be engaged to conceited Aiden Forbes, even though he doesn't exist in real life.
I don't like how he looks at you, or touches you, or that fake ring on your finger.
Erin bit at her lip, not wanting to admit how hard it was to play this role. It's all part of an act. Braden frowned.
I still don't like it. It's obvious he's a womanizer.
I do not doubt that. Bergeron is pompous and self-important, but Agent Howell assured me before I got on the plane that he came highly recommended as one of the company's best spooks. Howell thinks his instincts are impeccable and that we can figure out what's going down here in Savannah.
Hey, we did pretty well last year, even if things got a bit dicey at the end,
Braden admitted.
I just want to punch the guy in the nose every time he gets close to you.
Erin couldn't help grinning at that. It was nice to hear, but also funny. Self-control, my dear. Out of the crowd, Agent Bergeron appeared at Erin's side with 2 glasses of sparkling soda.
Speaking of self-control, darling, mine isn't strong enough to stay away from you when you're such a vision of beauty,
he told her, riffing on her comment to Braden. She spluttered, taking a quick sip of her drink to keep from rolling her eyes. How do you like the Egyptian artifacts, Mr. Marini? Braden's eyes latched onto hers, even as he swaggered backward and lifted his chin at the throne chair.
You have good taste, Miss Windsor. I would never have guessed this about you.
Erin arched an eyebrow, wishing they could be together, but also just a little bit angry at him. That sounds insulting.
I didn't intend it to be. Just inane conversation with a socialite I've never heard of before.
He gave her a grin and a wink, and Erin tried not to laugh out loud. Luke interrupted, cupping Erin's elbow.
Darling, I see Mr. Levine now. Let me say hello for both of us now while I have the chance.
Knock yourself out, Erin said sweetly. She watched him maneuver through the large room, glad she could talk to Braden without Bergeron listening. So hey, what was up with the blank stare when you entered the museum hall? I thought you were ignoring me.
We need to ignore each other, Erin,
Braden told her softly, moving her to the next glass case exhibit where King Tut's magnificent gold mask was displayed, putting an engrossed expression on his face. I have to admit, you're looking like a blonde Marilyn Monroe threw me off. Then I did a double take. Erin gave a small laugh of relief. You seriously didn't recognize me?
Accusation duly noted. And no, I didn't. I wasn't expecting you to turn into an exceptional blonde beauty.
Darla had orders to keep me from looking like my old self or Cassandra Fairfax from last year.
Makes sense. I'm not sure I've ever kissed a blonde. Think we could try that sometime?
He teased. Erin shook her head in a silent laugh. You are an incorrigible and hopeless man. Perhaps I should remain blonde until New Year's?
Does that mean we have a date for New Year's Eve in San Francisco? The Golden Gate Bridge at midnight with fireworks?
Erin put a finger to her chin. I think I'm free that night. Unless you prefer me to have that bright red hair again.
Now look who's incorrigible. I wouldn't care if you had green hair. I love you just the way you are.
Braden paused for a moment, then spoke in a soft voice.
Wow, Erin. It's taking every ounce of resolve and self-control to not gather you up in my arms and get us out of here.
Before she could answer, Erin instantly straightened into a regal pose, staring at a case filled with Egyptian rings, earrings, and necklaces.
He's coming up right behind you, she murmured.
Hello, darling, Luke said, putting an arm around her while she tried not to wince. Without speaking, Braden spun on his heel and headed across the room. Erin's heart sank, but she understood his frustration. Besides, they both had roles to play in this little scenario. Luke brought her in closer, brushing his lips against her hair. Hey, PDA, buddy, PDA, Erin protested, giving him a little push back.
What does that mean? Are we going to have a lover's spat in front of everyone?
Of course not. I'll play the role I have to, but Isabel Windsor is a high society girl, and there are no public displays of affection, not even with the man she's going to marry. I have an image to maintain.
Ah, I see.
You're cool as a cucumber in public, but a tigress when we're alone. Erin shrugged. If that's what you want to think, but you and I will never actually be alone. Got it, buddy?
I'm beginning to catch on,
he said with a smirk. You're a smart man, so cool it with the personal space invasion, even if we're supposed to be engaged.
But if we're really in love, we can't act like strangers. We should pretend to have whispered conversations and secret smiles, as well as a little bit of body engagement.
Okay, you can hold my hand, but none of this body-to-body hugging.
You're no fun, he teased. Besides, holding hands can sometimes be even more intimate than having my arm around your shoulder. Interlocking fingers, my thumb rubbing your soft skin, kissing the back of your hand.
Erin swallowed, thinking about all the times her stomach jumped when Braden held her hand. Luke was right. Kissing the man she loved was incredibly delicious. But holding hands could be very intimate too. When Braden took her hand and kissed her palm, her stomach jumped clear through the roof every time. How in the world would she pull this off without exposing her true feelings and compromising the mission? There was no question, of course. It was a matter of life or death for all three of them. She had to put on her best acting skills, pretend to be crazy about Aiden Forbes, not Luke Bergeron, of course, so they could all go home safely for Christmas. And then Erin would promptly forget she ever knew Luke Bergeron. Chapter 10. An Evening on the Riverboat. A series of black limousines waited at the curb of the Levine mansion promptly at 6 o'clock the next evening. Erin was dressed in an exquisitely pretty, slinky, deep blue dress with a ruched bateau neck and sleeves with lace applique that ran down her arms to her wrists. It wrapped around her torso, outlining Erin's waist and bust line, and from there, the chiffon dress flowed down to her ankles in a soft, romantic way. The dress hugged every inch of her body in a way that no other gown ever had. creating a silhouette without a single wrinkle or tiny bulge. It was perfection. How would it be to have Darla pick out her wardrobe all the time? That would undoubtedly be the life. A girl could dream, right? Not too bad, she murmured as she slipped into her spiky heels in front of the wall of mirrors in her bedroom suite. A light tap sounded at the bedroom door, and Erin grabbed the cream-colored merino wool gloves. Cashmere soft, they'd keep her hands warm all evening on the boat. Luke stood just outside, looking pretty dashing in a modest tux. No frilly shirt, just lined and tailored, hugging his narrow waist and emphasizing his shoulders with a black bow tie. He let out a low whistle while he admired Erin's figure in the gown. "You sure you're not available, Miss Windsor? Because you look better than a French pastry shop filled with delectable desserts." Erin tried not to roll her eyes at his over-the-top characterization. "I am not available, but I admit that you look pretty good yourself, Mr. Forbes. I'd wager a bet that you have a girl waiting for you in every state of the Union." "Nope, just every continent," he quipped, giving her a grin full of beautiful white teeth. "You sure I can't convince you to dump a certain person and hook up with me?" "Nope," she responded in the same tone as he did. "Besides, you don't want a certain someone punching your lights out and breaking your jaw." "Not hard to guess who you're referring to." "Really? Don't let my father hear you say that. He can still pack a punch when he goes to the gym. And before you roll your eyes and assume he's just an old man, he certainly is not. 59 is not old, and he used to enjoy amateur boxing as a young man. He still runs and swims regularly, and can bench press 150 pounds. "I solemnly promise to never mess with your old man, then." "You'll thank me later because I'll be giving him a full report about your behavior on this trip. There's a certain man in my life that he adores." Luke gave her a salute. "Yes, ma'am." Agent Bergeron wasn't annoying her quite as much as he had yesterday, now that they had come to an understanding. "I remember Agent Howell briefly mentioning that you used to be special ops. Does that mean you were in the military?" "Yes," Luke replied. "Care to expand on your answer? I'm just trying to make conversation." "Now that's a first. You were trying to diss me all last night." "Well, you have to admit you were being pretty obnoxious." Luke put his hands up in mock surrender. "I apologize for my behavior, but you do look exceptionally ravishing tonight, Miss Windsor." "Or shall I say Agent Steele?" he added in a dropped whisper. "Miss Windsor works." "Or Isabel," Erin conceded. "I suppose we should call each other by our first names when we're around other guests." Luke held out an arm for her to take so he could escort her down the grand curving staircase. "I was a Navy SEAL, if you really want to know." Erin lifted her eyebrows. "That's impressive. Why did you switch to the CIA?" "Leg injury in Afghanistan a few years ago. Got recruited to CIA when I couldn't swim or run as fast as I used to." "You must be old by now." Luke let out a laugh, and Erin shushed him when they reached the marble foyer of the Levine Manor house. "I wouldn't call 35 old." "Well, that's a whole 8 years older than I am." Luke lifted an eyebrow. "Guess I'm robbing the cradle by marrying you." Now that's an old-fashioned expression I haven't heard since my granny passed away. "Then we're even. My grandmother used to make the same comment about couples who were decades apart in age. But appearances can be deceiving, don't you think?" "Are you trying to tell me something, Aiden?" A pair of butlers opened the vestibule etched glass doors, and Luke escorted Erin to the outside porch steps.
"Not at all. I'm pure as the driven snow."
Erin couldn't help shooting back. "Now that I do not believe."
"Here's our limo, my lady,"
Luke said as the car door opened for them. Erin slid inside the luxury vehicle, clutching her small evening purse and arranging the skirt of her dress so it lay flat and wouldn't create wrinkles. They reached the Savannah River Pier in about 15 minutes. Every street along the way was decorated with elaborate Christmas lights, magnificent sparkly trees, and small lanes with lighted candy canes, wreaths, and bells. Every historic church glowed with lights in their trees and foliage, while candles lit up every paned window. Horse-drawn carriages jingled as they passed, the animals' hooves clip-clopping to the holiday music, streamed in every one of the historic Savannah squares.
"It's absolutely lovely,"
Erin breathed.
"I do love the Christmas season."
Luke chuckled.
"I can tell. You're like a kid on Christmas morning."
"Hey, it's the best morning of the year." Arriving at the dock was a breathtaking sight and gave Erin time to admire the elegantly dressed couples in all their finery, walking up the gangway to board the river cruise ship. The dining room was a beautiful Victorian drawing room. Candles glowed in wall sconces and dripped on each table. Christmas trees decorated every corner, while red damask draperies held back the chill from the frosted windows.
"Since we're newly engaged, we have a private table for two,"
Luke told Erin. He pulled out a chair and brushed a hand against the skin of her neck while she sat down. Leaning down, he nuzzled her ear as if telling her a secret. Erin growled in her throat.
"What was that for?"
"Keeping up the charade, my love."
"Enjoying your evening, Aiden?"
An older man spoke from behind Erin's chair.
"Yes, sir,"
Luke said, rising to shake the man's hand.
"Darling,"
he said to Erin,
"please meet Mr. Levine, our generous host."
When Erin began to rise, Mr. Levine raised a hand.
"Please don't get up. I just like to make sure my guests are comfortable and having a good time."
"Yes, thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Is your wife in attendance tonight?"
"She's out chatting and mingling. I hope you've had a chance to meet her,"
Levine said. "Yesterday when we arrived, everything has been perfectly lovely."
"Glad to hear it. I also hear that there are wedding bells in your future."
Erin smiled and gulped. "Our only argument is the date."
"Congratulations to you both. Don't forget that there's dancing later on."
Mr. Levine excused himself and moved to the next table of guests.
"I can't wait for the dancing part,"
Luke said.
"The perfect excuse to hold you in my arms."
"I heard that," Braden said in a low growl, coming up behind them. In a louder voice, he cheerily said,
"Good evening, Miss Windsor, Mr. Forbes. Enjoy your dinner."
Braden was smooth. Within minutes, he had worked the room, talking with everyone until he settled at a table on the other side, in the perfect position to watch and take mental notes.
"Shouldn't we be on the lookout for our quarry?"
Erin said quietly.
"Oh, he's here. I spoke with him briefly last night while you and Mr. Marini were flirting."
"Very funny, Aiden," Erin said sweetly, leaning forward as if exchanging sweet nothings with her fiancé. "From the dossier, I understand that he's the wealthiest man in attendance. Or would that be you?"
"Who told you that?"
"A little bird. Darla, to be specific. She said during my salon appointment that you come from a reputable family here in Savannah. When were you going to inform us?"
"Don't worry, love. Mr. Howell is well aware. It doesn't matter to our job."
"I suppose not. But if we're getting married, it's nice to know your new husband's background, don't you think?" Erin pointedly added, "So your fiancée doesn't make a fool of herself when she's talking with the other guests?"
"That's true. My family hasn't lived here for at least a decade. My parents retired to Palm Springs, and my only sibling, a younger brother, is currently serving as an Army Ranger in South Korea."
Erin bit her lips. "Your entire family is military, huh? That's admirable."
"Dad's retired Marine, so yes, I guess we are."
"Nice to know how patriotic you are."
"Why would you doubt it? That's why I joined the company, sweetheart."
"I don't doubt it, darling," Erin said sweetly. "I just wish I could have a dossier on you so I don't make any silly mistakes." Luke took her fingers in his and smiled.
"That's the beauty of our personas. We can create any backstory we want. By the way, that ring looks pretty fine on your hand, darling, if I do say so myself."
"It's lovely," Erin said, giving him a simpering smile in return and batting her lashes. "But you didn't purchase it."
"Don't overdo it,"
Luke murmured, chuckling under his breath. "Ah, dinner has arrived," Erin said before the waiter could overhear them. Plates were laid in front of them, beautifully created chicken cordon bleu, asparagus tips with hollandaise sauce, buttery croissants, and a steaming medley of new potatoes and broccoli. Erin cut a piece of chicken and put it in her mouth. She closed her eyes in sudden ecstasy. "This is fantastic. I'm starving after hiking around the botanical gardens today. It was nice to get a feel for the rest of the house party members."
"I think we did pretty well chatting with most of the guests. Have to admit, I'm not sure your boss Howell got the right intel about this event. I'm not getting any vibes about anyone. So far, completely innocent."
"I was thinking the same thing. Did you do any prowling last night?"
"Nightcaps for the men in the downstairs library."
Erin smothered a laugh. "Sounds like a Downton Abbey episode. Full of neighborly intrigue and sarcasm." Luke grinned at that.
"A certain gentleman of the CIA's interest, but he wasn't in attendance, unfortunately."
"You mean as in a potential suspect of our own?"
"Yes. I hope to get another chance tonight. Perhaps we can swap dance partners when the band starts up."
"Just don't leave me alone with him. I never trusted any specific suspect during an operation, and I left my weapon under the bed. It didn't exactly fit smoothly under this slinky gown." Bergeron chuckled at that.
"You must not consider me a danger, then. I'm glad to hear that. But I won't ever leave you alone, and there are nearly 100 people here. Besides, your lover Marini will save you."
"Okay, cut it out already. I'm tired of the teasing and the provocative comments. He and I have known each other for a year, so we're obviously more comfortable and familiar."
"Very familiar, I presume."
"You know nothing, Aiden, and that's the end of it." Luke finally had the sense to appear contrite.
"You're right. I've been unfair and irritating. I vow to stop. I will have eyes and ears only for you."
"No," Erin drawled. "Eyes and ears only for our quarry. We are merely a means to an end."
"Touché again. So how does this end, my love?"
he said in a low voice.
"Would you consider a real relationship after this is all over? As in a date for New Year's?"
Erin nearly choked on her water. She wasn't expecting him to say that. I'm not sure, Aiden. We got started all wrong. I don't know if it would be a very good idea." Luke placed his linen napkin over his mouth to hide the laughter. "You mean you can't? You've pretty much confirmed my suspicions of you and that Marini fellow. In a dozen different ways. I guess I'll have to win you over with time and true affection." "I suppose you can try," she said weakly, attempting the genuine smile of a girl who was in love with her fiancé across the table from her. "Time to dance, in case anyone has been studying us from afar." "What about dessert?" Erin asked, stalling. "It'll take a little while to get to us. You can eat it later. Meanwhile, the band has already started. The music has been a great cover." Erin had to agree with that. Within seconds, Luke had gathered her up, and they were moving across the wooden dance floor in a foxtrot. "Ah, the man knows how to dance." "Yep, I took Dance 101 in college. A resume enhancer for sure." "I'll bet." Luke drew her even closer, as if they were having an intimate conversation. Erin closed her eyes for a moment, to not give her true feelings away to anyone watching. After 3 dances with Luke, Braden appeared at her elbow, and Erin's heart leaped. "May I cut in, sir?" he asked Luke with a formal little bow. "This is my fiancé," Luke protested genially. "I believe the gentleman over there has been trying to snag your attention," Braden said with a wry grin and a gesture of his chin. Erin glanced over and saw a tall, well-built man with salt and pepper hair talking with Mr. and Mrs. Levine. He had a commanding air about him. A crowd had gathered around him, wealth and prominence conspicuously apparent. She figured Braden was fibbing about the man wanting to talk to Bergeron, and when Luke assented, twirling her under his arm to relinquish her hand, her stomach jumped into her throat at the touch of Braden's arm slipping around her waist. Braden gripped her hand and brought her into his chest for a slow waltz. "At last," he murmured under his breath. "So what's with that man?" "He's our target," he replied, leaning in so she could hear him over the swell of the music, timing it perfectly. "Do you agree with Howell now that you've seen and talked to him?" Braden shrugged. "It could be anyone here. I'm not sensing anything out of the ordinary, and my radar is pretty well tuned." He whirled Erin into a corner of the dance floor so they could speak more without being overheard. "I hung around the Egyptian Museum room off and on today while you and Aiden were touring the gardens and having lunch downtown with a group. I also managed to snag some time to inspect the crates they shipped in, but everything seems perfectly normal. The crates are ready to move later this week to the museum in London." I suggested to Luke during dinner that perhaps the intelligence is off. Nothing is going on here in Savannah or at the Levine estate. Wrong place, wrong person, wrong timing. Could be. Or the people we're dealing with are just very, very good. Chapter 11. Spy Essentials 101. Even though I'd like there to be nothing here and we can all go home, I had an unsettling experience 2 nights ago. Instantly, Braden's face scowled with concern. "What happened, Erin?" "Isabel," he muttered under his breath, chastising himself for the mistake. "When it comes to you, I'll kill anybody that tries to hurt you." Shivers ran up and down Erin's arms at his fierce words. "A message on my burner phone," she whispered, sinister and disturbing. Braden growled in his throat. "Who could access your number?" Erin shook her head and plastered an innocent smile on her face so it wouldn't look like they were in a deep conversation. "Wipe off that frown, Mr. Marini." Braden immediately chuckled as if they were laughing at a joke.
Well, there's the three of us on site. Howell, probably some tech guys at headquarters. Or it was some internet hacker playing a joke just for thrills. Anything's possible, I guess. I wish I could be closer to you. But we have to act like strangers. We've already danced too long. One last question. What's the security like for the Egyptian collection? Nothing unusual. Everything as expected. Braden spun Erin away from him and gave a small bow of thanks. I need to turn you over to your fiancée, Miss Windsor. Thank you for the dance. Luke's husky presence filled Erin's vision when he stepped in to take her hand from Braden, sending Erin's heart plummeting. She smiled delicately to hide it. Darling Isabel, I'd like you to meet Mr. Holden Grayson. Luke wrapped an arm around her waist in a protective, possessive gesture. It's a pleasure, sir, she told him, offering her gloved hand for him to shake. Meeting face to face with a potential target was always a challenging moment. But after almost 5 years with the Bureau and last year's Christmas mission, it was getting easier to put on a fake persona and mask her feelings. Besides, every guest at this house party was a potential suspect. The pleasure is all mine, Miss Windsor, Mr. Grayson said gallantly, smiling at Erin as though he were interested in her as a person instead of a passing introduction. Are you enjoying the house party events? Yes, thank you very much. The Levines are such a generous couple, and their parties are always a coveted invitation in the best social circles. Erin laughed lightly, leaning forward in a conspiratorial gesture. I can certainly agree with that. So far, everything has been filled with opulence, comfort, and beautifully done. Holden Grayson patted her hand in a fatherly manner. Well said. And you are a most charming young woman. I can see why Aiden is taken with you. He can't seem to keep his eyes or hands off of you. Not that I blame him. I'm a fortunate man, Luke readily agreed, wrapping an arm around Erin's shoulders and leaning in to kiss her hair. Erin leaned into him as well and lowered her eyes, then glanced up at her fiancé with adoration and a big smile. If I were you, Forbes, I'd be moving up the wedding date, Holden told Luke. Don't let her get away. That's what this little trip is all about, announcing a firm wedding date soon. I can't live without her for another day. Going home each night can make a man crazy. Grayson's chuckle was deep, and he winked at Erin. Nothing to say you have to go home each night. Erin blushed prettily and then tried not to gag. Holden Grayson went on. I'm a fortunate man in that the woman I love never leaves my side. Except to shop, that is. I believe you have the female sex stereotyped, Erin protested, suddenly feeling as though she'd stepped into a Regency romance novel. We do a lot more than shop, believe me. I'm sure Aiden keeps you in the lap of luxury, Miss Windsor. No need to work. It's the society women who run everything and keep us all in line, and the world running like clockwork. It's harder work than you'd think. I dare you to try it, Erin said with another conspiratorial laugh. Where is your wife, sir? I'd love to meet her. Now that would be interesting, Erin thought, grabbing hold of the idea. Who was the woman who had captured Holden Grayson's attention? Most importantly, was there a way to extract information from her about this enigmatic and filthy rich businessman? One way or another, she, Luke, and Braden needed to go back to San Francisco with some tangible information. To further pursue Grayson, or dismiss him as a red herring merely because of his massive fortune. She had a headache this evening and stayed in our suite back at the estate. I'm sorry to hear that.
I hope she'll feel better soon.
She hopes to attend the Levine Christmas ball tomorrow evening.
They chatted for a few more minutes about the boat gently rocking along the Savannah River and the upcoming ball the following evening. It became evident while Erin watched him that Mr. Grayson was quite a charming man, making his way around the room to everyone, laughing and chatting and maintaining eye contact. Erin slipped a hand through the crook of Luke's arm in a gesture that would be expected of their engaged status, but also to let him know that she would stop arguing with him so much. It did them no good and could only hurt the operation if the other guests were suspicious of their actual status. There were still 2 more days after all. I can see why he's a successful businessman, she murmured to Luke. He has magnetism and charm. I first met him during another job. Intel has been watching him for a long time. Men like him often are tracked due to their money and influence. But nothing has ever come to light with Grayson. Perhaps he's truly clean, Erin mused. The band playing made an excellent cover for their conversation, and she was careful to look up at Luke and smile and chat as if they were indeed in love and having a grand time in Savannah. But it was also wearing by the time the clock neared midnight to be on for so long. It took all of her self-control to keep from yawning.
Let's walk along the deck before the boat docks. Have you seen the light show happening along the riverbanks as we pass?
Sort of. I've been admiring the spectacular lights through the boat windows.
Let's go outside, if you're game, that is.
Luke suggested. It is cold out there. I'm a sucker for Christmas lights. The more elaborate, the better, Erin admitted. The cold doesn't bother me. I think it's colder in San Francisco. At least it's more damp and foggy in the Bay Area this time of year.
You got it, darling.
Within moments, Luke had retrieved her coat and slipped it around her shoulders. Erin tucked her evening bag under one arm, while taking Luke's other arm to stroll down the deck's passageways. The air was brisk, but they kept walking, and it helped to keep hold of Luke's warm arm under his long wool dress coat. The lights were even more dramatic than Erin had anticipated. Seeing the towering oaks decorated to the hilt only brought out the beauty of the trees, especially with the dripping Spanish moss all lit up, looking just like hanging icicles. Tens of thousands of lights and colors lit up the night as far as the eye could see down the river. Various lighted Christmas scenes were set up for the next mile. Angels and manger scenes with shepherds and wise men. Santa and elves and sleighs piled high with lights galore. Stars and snowflakes among the park benches and gorgeous trees. I've never seen anything like it before, Erin breathed. This was worth the trip alone.
I ordered it just for you,
Luke bragged in a teasing voice. Never thought you had it in you, Aiden, Erin shot back, but she couldn't help giggling. You're not so bad when you relax a bit.
See? I knew I'd win you over to my side.
There are no sides, Erin chided.
When 2 men are in love with the same woman, there's always competition.
Ha! But your love is only a mirage, Mr. Forbes.
Don't be so sure. Best to remember not to speak so loudly. And call me Aiden, please. I'm always Aiden to you, my sweet.
Luke paused to wrap Erin up in a bear hug, pressing her to his chest and then nuzzling her neck. His lips were warm against her skin. But what the heck was happening here? The man acted like he was falling for her? No, no, no. He had to be teasing her just to see what she would do so he could drive her crazy even more. I'm not taken in, so you don't need to impress me, Erin whispered against his chest, glancing up at his dark brown eyes in the dusky starlight.
You are lovely, Isabel.
and Mr. Grayson is watching us from the other side of the boat." "Oh, gotcha." "A real kiss would be nice," Luke suggested, bending his head down to catch the side of her face. Erin struggled not to jerk away from him. "Dream on, buddy. I have boundaries." "But we're undercover, darling. You don't want to blow our covert operation, do you?" "Of course not, but just pause and look out over the water at the light displays like we're talking, which we are. We don't need to start making out. I'm sure he can hear us chatting and laughing together." "If you say so, my darling." "Besides, I already told you that rich people don't passionately kiss in public. They're much too classy for that." "Oh, is that what we are?" Luke teased. "Too rich for passion." "Public passion is a no-no," she murmured. Fortunately, the boat's engine and the lapping of the water's wake were loud enough to cover up their words. "I'm Isabel Windsor, if you recall," she went on, giving him a hard time. "My grandmother was the Queen of England's best friend. Sort of," she added with a laugh. "You're pretty funny when you relax a bit, and you're hotter than most models, and that's a fact," he added in a low voice. Luke finally lifted his head from Erin's neck, and he acted surprised to see Mr. Grayson passing by a few feet away. "Have a good evening, sir." The older man nodded in their direction and then disappeared back inside the boat's cabin. "Thanks for not taking advantage of me, Bergeron," Erin said. "Maybe you're not so bad after all." Now that was a backhanded compliment. "Well, you've had a long way to go to prove yourself to me." "I admit I haven't been very easy up until now, and I apologize. Truce? We finish this job and go home to enjoy our holidays?" "Sounds great," Erin assented. "Deal. But I suppose we'd better not shake on it. That would look weird for an engaged couple." Luke gave her a suggestive smile. "Anytime you're up for a kissing match, I'm here 100%. "Oh, goodness, Aiden," Erin sighed, stifling another laugh. "Incurable, persistent male might be too tame of a phrase to describe you. Tenacious you are, that's for sure." "Who wouldn't be with a ravishing woman like you?" "Tell that to Braden and see how far you get." "Aha! So you admit it. You guys are an item." "Shh, stop it. An agent admits nothing. Besides, the boat is docking. Our adventure is over. Take me home, please, Aiden dear." "Ah, we're making progress. You called me dear." Chapter 12. The Plan for a Heist. Later that night, while lying in bed, Erin could not fall asleep. Her mind whirled with a sensory overload from the past few days. Dancing with Braden and keeping it platonic was painful when she wanted him to hold her in his arms and speak freely. Pretending to be in love with another man was the hardest thing she had ever done. When she got home, she would give Agent Howell a piece of her mind and refuse another job like this one. A desk job would be better than the stress of undercover work, alias personas, pretending to be in love with a virtual stranger, and struggling to dig underneath the impenetrable surface of the strangers surrounding you to get at the truth. She finally rose to get a glass of water and a sleeping pill for the second time this trip. After all, rich women who stayed up past midnight were known to sleep late. But not too late. She needed to be out and about learning about the other guests living under the Levine mansion's roof, listening for slipped information or contradictions. Agent Howell had sent a guest list with everything the Bureau knew about them, including a list of Levine employees and staff, down to the maids and cooks. Nobody else stood out like Holden Grayson, who had the means and contacts to stage a heist if that's what was going to happen here. How did the King Tut Egyptian Collection figure into it all? Yes, it was worth millions, if you took the entire collection, but who would be able to fence it? That would be pretty risky, and nobody could ever display it in their mansion or castle. They'd be setting themselves up for theft from another gang of thieves. Or prison. Braden said that he'd snooped about the warehouse where the empty crates had been unpacked and sat waiting to be filled again to cross the Atlantic for London after Christmas. Nothing was out of the ordinary. Nothing made sense. What were the three of them doing here? Perhaps this was merely a dry run for Grayson's team to plug any potential holes for a future job. Erin finally fell asleep about 2 a.m. She was dead to the world, but suddenly jerked awake at 7. Something had awakened her. It took a moment to figure out what it had been. She crawled out of bed and listened at the outer door to the carpeted hallway of the house's 3rd floor. Soft footsteps disappeared into the distance. They could be anyone. Some of the guests had not attended the dinner cruise. Some were early risers. It could be the maids or someone ordering breakfast in bed. Too many possibilities. Just as she staggered back to her warm bed, Erin stopped to listen at the connecting door to Luke's bedroom. Total silence. Which meant he was probably sound asleep still. Vacillating for a moment, she was about to go back to bed when she decided to knock. Tentatively, she rapped on the door. Nothing happened. Then, gathering her courage, Erin knocked loudly. "Aiden, you in there? Wake up, my darling." That should get him to come running, especially if he thought she was still in her nightgown. "Aiden, it's Isabel. I need you. Please open the door." Still silence. So far on this trip, she had kept her side of the connecting door firmly locked. Now she undid the deadbolt and opened the door. Of course, she faced the door that opened into Luke's room. Was it locked? Erin gently tried the knob. It wasn't locked. Holding her breath, she turned the handle and pushed the door open a couple of inches. Peeking around the edge, she gazed into the bedroom. It looked similar to hers, except decorated in blues and greens with a darker shade of carpet. Then she spotted the perfectly made bed. Stepping inside just a couple of feet, Erin stopped, holding her breath. No sound of water running in the shower or shaving. The room was perfectly kept. Not a thing out of place. No damp towel hanging from a chair or shoes or socks strewn about. Luke Bergeron appeared to be a very tidy man. And it was apparent that he was not here. Where had he gone at such an early hour? Perhaps he had gotten a tip about Grayson to investigate. That seemed a bit far-fetched at such an early hour after a late night, but it was always possible, she supposed. Going to the window, Erin looked out upon the gardens and the swimming pool under the dawn light. It was a stunning property, acres of it. Paths wound around the pool and the rose garden, various levels of decks filled with lounge chairs and fire pits. Other paths skirted away from the landscaped property and headed into the woods beyond, where giant oaks and elms towered over the large property. It appeared to be a deep, thick wooded area, not another private home at all. She was curious now what lay beyond the Levine estate. How lovely to slip on a pair of jeans and take a solitary walk, clear her head, shove her cold hands into a jacket and just trudge through the beautiful estate grounds for a couple of hours. But Erin's eyes were burning from too little sleep. Another hour or two would do her good, especially with another late night this evening. The official Levine Christmas dinner and ball. The entire upper society of Savannah was invited. Darla had packed another gorgeous evening dress for her, with new heels and stockings and a lace stole to wear around her shoulders. It should be a spectacular evening despite the subterfuge. She wished she could talk to Braden, but she didn't dare call him, not even on the burner. The phone was clearly compromised. She couldn't even call Howell to get more information. That was too risky as well. For now, the three of them were on their own. Quietly, Erin closed the door to Luke's room and then her own, locking it. Stumbling back to bed, she spied the shadow of a figure through the window that overlooked the rear grounds. Peering again through the glass, she watched Luke walking back to the house alone. He wore a jacket, gloves, and a warm cap. It appeared that he'd had the same idea, except he must have left long before dawn. It appeared they both had this perplexing case on their minds. Right now, Erin dropped back into bed and slumbered, her eyes so heavy she was going cross-eyed. When she woke again 2 hours later, the sun was higher in the sky, and a light tapping sounded at the inner door, which meant it was Luke. Pulling on a dressing gown, Erin crossed the suite. "Yes?" she said.
"Isabel, it's Aiden. Can I speak with you?"
"Can we meet at breakfast? I've just woken."
"No, I must speak with you now. I have information. I'm not going to compromise you, I promise."
The man actually sounded sincere. Erin pursed her lips, then finally relented, unlocking the door. Luke was leaning against the door jamb, the smell of fresh air wafting about him, his cheeks ruddy from the chilly morning.
"Good morning, sweetheart."
"I saw you out there this morning," she confessed, walking on the rear grounds.
"You should have joined me. This property is incredibly splendid.
It's very wooded just beyond the landscaped gardens and swimming pool.
There's a cemetery back there."
"A cemetery?" Erin hadn't expected that answer.
"Very old. The headstones are 100 to 200 years old."
"Wow, this place has such history."
"Civil War era dates, too. Oak trees hundreds of feet tall, Spanish moss everywhere."
"Sounds kind of spooky, actually, but unique, too. I thought about walking myself, but I felt like a dead woman at 7. The call of sleep was much too persuasive." There was a pause, and Luke gazed at her without speaking. Unusual for the man who was usually grabbing at her hand and wanting to get affectionate. Maybe that was just performance art for the guests after all. Then it hit her. "You found something, didn't you?" He nodded, smiling.
"The Savannah River winds through the cemetery. The perfect place to stage a large shipment. You could move the Egyptian collection anywhere you want, especially after midnight."
"Are there docks?"
"No, but there are places where a cargo boat could come close to the shoreline. A gangway could be set up, and the crates moved easily into the boat. If they were already packed, it wouldn't take more than 2 to 3 hours to load."
"How do they get them through the woods to the water?"
"Obviously, it has to be done when all the guests are gone."
Erin ran a hand through her tangled hair. She caught Luke watching her, his gaze drifting down her face to the top of her dressing gown. "I wonder if the Levines are spending Christmas here at their home."
Luke nodded. "Good point. We need to find out. If the mansion were empty, staff gone to spend the holidays with their families, nobody would be here except for a couple of security officers."
Easy to get rid of them on a pretense, or drug their food or drink. The closest neighbors are 3 or 4 acres away. Stone walls surround the entire estate. Erin glanced up at Luke. Perfect time would be Christmas Eve or Christmas night, when even the closest neighbors are enjoying family parties and dinners, and they're distracted. Or they might even be conveniently out of town for the holiday. Luke gave her a genuine smile. "I think we're beginning to figure this out, my love." Erin ignored his annoying sweet talk, turning her back to think without him distracting her. The next steps are to learn why the Egyptian artifacts are being stolen, where they are going, and who is heading up this coup. No sweat, huh? Erin couldn't help laughing, which made Luke chuckle too. Later that day, Erin took a walk of her own through the woods, the cemetery, and down to the riverbank. It was just as Luke described, a perfect location, an ideal time of year, on a river that went directly to the Atlantic Ocean, which was still a long way to London. Or was the plan to take the artifacts somewhere else, like south? If the destination was London, why weren't they stolen when the collection was in New York City? Why Savannah, Georgia? Erin pulled out her phone and tapped on the map. Just as she suspected, Savannah had a straight shot to the Caribbean islands. A place of isolated private islands and wealthy estates, offshore bank accounts. A great place to hide, to launder the collection, and to live in relative secret using private planes to move the items in small amounts, piece by piece. Still, the question remained. Why would you want to steal King Tut's collection and take it to a location where nobody could ever see it? A place where you couldn't sell any of it. The jeweled items, death masks, and sarcophagi were much too public and renowned worldwide. Private collectors would need to keep their mouths shut, which was still a grave risk. Was vanity the only reason? Some odd quirk of the Levines? Or Holden Grayson, to own what nobody else owned? They were the only ones who would have the money, the power, and narcissism to pull this off. Even so, Erin couldn't help thinking that she was still missing something important. Chapter 13. Danger Under the Mistletoe. Erin sat at the dressing table doing her makeup. Her mind sprinted 100 miles an hour with potential ideas. Most were probably mindlessly over the top. Even so, she was thoughtful while dressing for the grand dinner and ball. She had to get Braden aside at some point and run a few ideas by him. When she finally opened her suite door after Luke knocked at the threshold in the hallway, he whistled in appreciation. "You're a vision, Isabel Windsor. You look like $1,000,000. Erin glanced down at the shimmering cream-colored evening dress she was wearing, and the lovely lace stole around her shoulders, a gold lame handbag dangling on one wrist. She did feel like another person, someone who lived in the lap of luxury without a care in the world. Unfortunately, none of that was even close to the truth. A working girl with an 8-year-old vehicle and 100,000 miles. "I'll take your charming compliment in cash, thank you very much," she shot back. "Smooth, Isabel, very smooth," he added with a chuckle. "Do we need to go downstairs, or should we have a private dinner up here first before we make an appearance during the dancing?" "I'm not even going to respond to that because you already know the answer." "Ah, sweet Erin, you're no fun," he added, reaching for her hand to kiss the back of it. His lips were warm against her skin, his attention sensual, and if she didn't know any better, sincere. But she did know better. Tugging her hand away, Erin tucked it under the edge of her wrap. "I'm not here for fun, and neither are you. Focus on the business at hand. Fun and leisure are for later, like back home in San Francisco." "That sounds like you might give me a chance after this week is over." "You are gravely mistaken," Erin said, lowering her voice when another couple walked by to head to the grand staircase. "Let's take the elevator," she suggested. She locked the door to her suite, and then they turned in the opposite direction to find the elevator to the ballroom. Already the excited sound of chatter, dinner, and guests arriving at the front door electrified the house's ambiance. A string quartet was playing Christmas music when they reached the ballroom, where dozens of round tables with snowy white tablecloths and red runners were laid with china and crystal. "This room is simply magnificent," she breathed, looking overhead at the inlaid ceilings and fresco, the breathtaking chandeliers, the double white Roman columns positioned by each door. The paintings, the marble flooring, it's just, wow. "Like a 19th century museum," Luke agreed, holding her hand to maneuver through the crowds to their table, where the guests' names were engraved on gold cards at each table setting. A massive bouquet of hothouse flowers sat in the center next to 3 very tall, thick red candles, already lit and dripping with beads of wax. Erin had barely sat down when she spotted Braden entering the double doors that opened onto the ballroom from the wide outer hallways. She watched him greet several other guests, chatting here and there, then stopping to talk to a statuesque dark-haired woman of unspeakable beauty. Erin suppressed the imps of envy, but Braden kept moving. Obviously, he had met many of the guests over the last several days. Perhaps he had some good intel to relay. Casually, he stopped at their table, saying hello in a polite voice. "Good evening. A very Merry Christmas to you both." "Merry Christmas to you too," Erin murmured, dying to jump up so they could run out the door, jump in a taxi, and disappear into the magic of Savannah. "Mr. Forbes, I hope you'll allow me a dance with your partner later on," he said. "Of course, Mr. Marini. I hope to speak with you as well about the business we mentioned the other night," Aiden told him. "Perfect. Enjoy your dinner." Braden disappeared, and Erin forced herself to focus on the dinner laid before her on a gold-rimmed plate. Dinner went miraculously fast, whether due to Erin's desire to finish their mission and be able to spend Christmas with Braden, or her nerves at having to spend the evening with her current partner. "I think I'll skip dessert for now," she told Luke. "Perhaps later." "Let's dance," he said, rising and taking her elbow to help her up. He leaned in to whisper, "I'm hoping a certain person will cut in and relay what's on his mind." Erin grinned up at him, his face close to hers. "That's a first. You wanting me to dance with another man, that is." "It's only business, right?" Luke said, squeezing her hand to lead her out onto the floor. "What else would it be?" Erin quipped when Luke brought her in close and held her cheek to cheek so they could talk more easily. It was a slow, romantic song, and a few other couples were moving onto the dance floor as well. "Still musing on our discovery this morning?" Luke asked. "Of course. Before we flew down here, I researched the Egyptian Collection. It's worth about $30 million, a tidy sum, but not astronomical to take such risks to move it onto a boat and sail 2,000 miles to a sparsely populated Caribbean island. Or a private island with no population at all." "True. Our theory is entirely plausible. The items could show up at Christie's auction house over the next decade with forged provenances." "A provenance being a certification of authenticity." "Exactly. Did you used to be in the antique business before your current employment?" Erin shook her head. "I learned a lot during a job last Christmas." "Ah, yes, of course. Is there a risk that the auctioneer would want second opinions or an expert to examine the artifacts?" "Extremely low if it has excellent forged provenances. Of course, there's always a slight risk, but the owner's identity putting the Egyptian piece up for sale would be kept strictly anonymous. Therefore, saved from having someone connect the dots to his identity, especially if he's out of the country when the auction takes place, or he's bribed someone on Christie's staff." "Most interesting.
I didn't realize you had such a wealth of knowledge.
Erin shrugged. Perhaps Agent Howell assigned me to this because of last year's job.
Sounds likely,
Luke said, releasing her to spin her under his arm. Before he could bring her back in close, Braden appeared, ready to cut in. During the period while she and Luke had been dancing together, Braden had been doing an excellent job of dancing with several of the other ladies, so it was natural when they both looked up to see each other, as if it was an accidental occurrence, just as other dance partners were also dancing with other guests in a friendly spirit of the holiday season.
"Okay, my darling girl,"
Braden said when he took Erin in his arms.
"We have limited time. What have you learned?"
She quickly relayed her and Luke's walk into the rear woods, through the old oak cemetery that bordered the Savannah River and the perfect spot for a shipment out to sea.
"The Caribbean, huh? Makes the most sense to me, too,"
Braden agreed. Christmas Eve or Christmas night when nobody is paying attention.
I learned that the Levines will be leaving after the house party is over to visit their daughter in Charleston, so that the house will be unattended except for a security guard,
in addition to the house alarms and Rottweilers the Levines own.
Oh, I didn't know that. They've been kept in a private space on the far side of the estate, so the dogs didn't interfere with the house party. The security guard will feed and water them. Of course, the Levines will only be gone 3 days.
That's got to be the plan. But what excuse are they using for the Egyptian collection to remain so unguarded for those 3 days?
It won't be. I learned that the collection will be loaded and moved out by armed trucks the day after the house party, the same day the Levines leave for Charleston.
Erin blew out a breath. I still feel like I'm missing something. I have this strange feeling, an odd mood or vibe in the air. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but something's gotta break. No, something is going to break. It can't be that simple.
We have nothing solid, and the collection isn't worth that much money to move it so far and then manufacture fake provenances from a hired forger. Incredibly risky.
I agree. Could you use your burner phone to contact Howell to see if we're on the right track and what he wants us to do? Are we supposed to try to stop it? I might be the arresting officer among us, but there is no way I could detain the Levines or Grayson if they are the ones we're looking for. I need a backup army of agents.
Braden nodded. It makes me uneasy, too. Sit tight. I'll try to talk to Howell.
Don't call me. It's too unsecure.
Any more messages from the anonymous caller?
No, but sometimes I get the feeling he's here, invisible, watching me. The message said that he knew who I was. I keep wondering, how could that be? Braden shook his head.
Don't be alone if you can help it.
I'll put an extra lock on my door and the exterior window to the balcony.
Good idea.
Before I forget, Erin said quickly, what suite are you in here at the estate?
4th floor, last door on the left, to the end.
She nodded. We're on the 3rd floor.
There you are, Isabel, my love,
Luke said, appearing from the crowd to take Erin's hand and tuck it in the crook of his elbow. She tried not to act startled, but disappointment washed over her that Braden was walking away, as if he were just another guest. Hello, dear, she said, plastering a smile on her face. The music is so wonderful I've lost track of time. I don't blame any man for monopolizing you. But look, your ex-dance partner left you in quite a vulnerable spot. Erin frowned. What are you talking about? Luke glanced upward at the double columns framing a large window overlooking the lights along the rear balcony of the gardens.
Braden left you directly under the mistletoe.
Erin squinted and shook her head. Nope, that's just a wreath with some red and white miniature ornaments. Another gentleman overheard their conversation as he and his wife strolled past.
Mistletoe. Everyone's been checking it out. Accidentally.
The woman giggled. Accidentally on purpose, that is. Hey, it's Christmas. You two enjoy. Spinning on her heel, Erin tried to move away, but Luke caught her up in his arms, bending her over as though performing a drama scene in front of the crowd closing in by the balcony doors. One hand was firmly under her back, the other hand cupping the back of her head. And then the man leaned in, closer and closer, and then he was pressing his lips against hers in a seductive kiss. Luc Bergeron was kissing her. Kissing her. It was unconscionable. How dare this man? They were on a mission. He should have ignored the mistletoe. His warm lips found hers again and again, warm and urgent, while his fingers tangled in her hair. So sweet, Isabel. So very sweet. Erin stiffened with outrage, mortified at who might be watching. Like Braden. Her Braden. A moment later, Luke lifted her to a standing position again, giving her one final soft kiss on her lips. When she began to stumble in outrage, Luke gripped her tightly against him, whispering into her ear.
Be careful, we have an audience. Don't forget that we're engaged to be married. Smile prettily.
Erin gritted her teeth, trying to gain her bearings and hide the fury of Agent Bergeron's presumptuous invasion of her personal space.
You're lucky we do have an audience. If you'd tried that while we were alone, I would have knocked out your front teeth.
Luke gave her one final romantic kiss while the watching guests clapped their hands. Some of them must be a bit drunk on all the free-flowing champagne. No sooner was Erin back on her feet trying to find her bearings while the ballroom whirled, than Braden was suddenly in Luke's face, shouting at him. Erin couldn't understand the words because all sense of coherence had fled. A moment later, while Erin was waving her hands to stop them from shouting, Braden had balled his fist and punched Luke right in the jaw. Chapter 14. A revelation of drastic proportions. This was getting ridiculous. Erin heard Luke's voice filled with amusement while the crowd dispersed and headed to the dessert-laden tables. While the band began a fresh round of music, Braden nursed his hand. He shook out his fingers while Luke held a piece of ice against his bruised lip.
Shall we have a duel like true 19th century gentlemen?
Luke said with sarcasm. Is that what you want?
Of course not, you idiot,
Braden said in a seething voice.
I'm walking away for now, but this is not over. You were not to touch her.
What's that? Luke asked.
Not touch my fiancé, sir? You must be delusional. You can go straight to hell,
Braden growled. Dismissing Luc Bergeron, he stepped forward, anguish on his face.
Are you okay, Miss Windsor? Are you hurt?
She shook her head.
No,
she whispered.
I'm fine, but de-escalate this, you two. Now. We'll regroup later and figure out how to gain our credibility back as Levine house guests.
It hurt her heart when Braden stalked off, but she knew they couldn't go off together privately. They had to maintain their fake aliases. Erin moved closer to Luke, plastering a look of concern on her face. That man must be crazy, she said in a sweet voice. Are you hurting, darling?
Of course not. He didn't hit very hard.
Erin tried not to roll her eyes. You're bleeding. It was hard enough.
Do I get any sympathy, Isabel?
Erin swallowed, glancing about the nearest people, but it didn't appear that anyone was looking at them any longer. Under her breath, she said, Sympathy? Are you crazy? Not after what you just pulled on me.
Can you blame me? I can't help that I'm attracted to you. Just stop, okay? I think we've made enough scenes for one night. I'm going upstairs to bed. I'm exhausted. You can't go up without me. Watch me, she dared. People are still watching us, my love. Your reaction and mine. Erin took a deep breath and tried to get back into character. It might already be too late, but at the moment, the other guests seemed to have moved on with their evening. At least she hoped. Okay, you win. Let's get dessert as if nothing happened. An excellent suggestion, Luke agreed. But don't grab my arm. I will take your arm in a sophisticated manner. And if you try any further mistletoe shenanigans, I'll punch you myself. We could take our dessert upstairs and get away from all the prying eyes. Yeah, right. That is not happening. Would you please be professional? I plan to report you to Howell. What if Howell's behind this, and we're all just his stooges? Erin stopped mid-stride. What are you inferring? I've known Howell for years. He's been my mentor since I graduated from the academy. Don't you dare smear his name. There are double agents all the time, sweetheart. What about that Dominic Marini character? How well do you know him? Erin pressed her lips together in an attempt not to lose her temper. That's it, buddy. I'm going upstairs to bed. You're wearing me out. I think we all need a good night's sleep. With distaste, she looped her arm through Luke's while they made their way across the ballroom to the fancy dessert tables, where chocolate fountains and strawberries were flowing. She would keep up the charade if it killed her, which it just might. I'm going to grab us a couple of desserts, Luke said. What are you craving? Eclairs, pastries, cannoli, chocolate-dipped strawberries? All of the above. I think it's high time I eat myself into a sugar stupor and forget about this evening. Luke's expression sobered. I'll never forget it, my love. Kissing you was the best thing I've done in months. I'm going to forget you said that, too. With a low chuckle, Luke grabbed a plate and began to load it up. We could head upstairs and watch a movie while we put ourselves into a coma. Once we're upstairs, you're on your own, Erin said evenly. But I'll take one of those layered cakes, too, she added. Everything looked amazing, although her eyes were probably bigger than her stomach. Your wish is my command. Erin couldn't help touching her lips where Luke had kissed her so passionately. Maybe he was attracted to her, but he certainly wasn't the man she loved. Gosh, she missed Braden terribly. Too bad you didn't think of that earlier. She and Moretti must have been on the same wavelength because the phone in her evening bag silently vibrated. It was a text from Braden himself. Erin smiled, and her throat closed up with longing for him. I'm so sorry for the scene. Just a lame attempt to protect your honor. And I admit it, I wanted to appease my ego. Give that guy a piece of my mind along with my fist. Erin wrote back, I know. Let's forget it. Talk later. She hit send, tucked the phone back into the handbag, and glanced up when Luke said to someone behind her, Good evening, sir. How are you tonight? It was Holden Grayson, with a woman on his arm. It must be his wife, the wife who hadn't been feeling well the previous evening. Erin caught her breath, rearranging her face into a happy and welcoming expression while she zipped up the small sequined purse. Aiden, I'd like you to meet my wife, Anna, Grayson said in an easy tone. I suppose we're fashionably late. We ate our meal upstairs in our suite, but Anna said she was feeling well enough to take a turn around the dance floor with the man who adores her.
Hello, Mr. Forbes, Anna said, holding out her hand to Luke. This must be your fiancé Grayson was telling me about. Congratulations on your upcoming wedding. I wish both of you every happiness." Erin's entire body froze. She knew that voice. She knew it. But the face behind the voice wasn't one she recognized. At least not at first. And then it hit her like a punch in the stomach. Before Erin could stop the screaming in her head, Luke said, "Mrs. Grayson, this is my fiancée, Isabel Windsor." When Erin's eyes met the woman's greenish-blue ones, a hot, blistering flush shot through from her toes to the top of her head. Like a firecracker had just rocketed through her heart and soul, exploding every thought and every bit of sanity she had left. She stuttered, wavering in her high heels. She wanted to scream. She wanted to burst into tears. Anna Grayson was tall like she was, the beautiful, long-lashed eyes meeting Erin's deeper blue ones. Her sister's hair was a beautiful golden brown, done in a fancy updo with curls and ringlets. Diamond earrings dangled from her ears, matching the stunning necklace that lay around her neck. 100 stones interlaced with rubies. The bodice of her exquisite evening gown ran circles around Erin's dress, in a cut and texture that had come from a top designer. Anna was slender and perfect and held herself regally like a model, but she wasn't a model at all. She was Grayson Holden's wife. Grayson Holden's wife. An American princess married to a mogul who had more wealth than most people could even imagine, which was simply outside the realm of possibility. How could this be happening? This moment was like a bizarre movie come to life, or a stage play that had jumped off into a realm that was barely hanging on to reality. Erin steeled her face into a frozen smile, reaching out to grip Luke's hand because any moment now, she might fall to the floor in a shockwave of disbelief. Before Anna Grayson became the wealthy tycoon's wife, her name was Amelia Steele, Erin's older sister, missing for the last 2 years. Chapter 15. Nobody to Trust. Anna's eyes locked onto Erin's in a challenging, unwavering stare, as if daggers were being thrown at her. But she still couldn't catch her breath. Erin wanted to sweep her sister up in a hard, most joyful hug, laugh and cry together in a torrent of relief and joy. Her sister was alive. The impossible had happened after so many years and so much grieving. But Erin held back. The tiniest, most imperceptible shake of Anna Grayson's head ordered her to do absolutely nothing. Not a word, not a hint. Erin sucked in air, feeling as if she was choking. Not embracing her sister was the worst kind of torture. Amelia gave no reaction at all, just hardened her eyes further, daring Erin with a threat if she gave her away. It was the hardest thing Erin had ever had to do. "Are you all right, Isabel?" Luke asked solicitously. "Perhaps we should take our desserts upstairs." "Yes," she whispered faintly. "We should. I'm feeling unwell." "I'm so sorry we can't visit further," Mr. Grayson said. "You look pale, Miss Windsor." "Too many late nights and jam-packed days," Erin said with an apologetic smile. "Please excuse me. I won't spoil your evening further. Enjoy the dancing. It was a pleasure to meet you." Her voice broke while Luke propped her up. "I hope we can reschedule our little chat, Mr. Grayson." Of course, of course. Perhaps later tonight in the sitting room of your suite, so that Anna can rest. Even if it's just for a nightcap. If not, we can meet tomorrow. Go take care of your fiancé right now." "Thank you, sir," Luke told him, shaking his hand. "I will see you later. A pleasure to meet you again, Mrs. Grayson." Amelia nodded and turned away, gazing out at the ballroom to find an empty table. How could she turn away from Erin so calmly, so coolly? There was a pain in Erin's chest at the cold snub. The ice flowing through Anna Grayson's veins was clearly controlling her demeanor. Or her husband, Holden Grayson, was. The urge to call her parents was overpowering, but Erin couldn't. Not while she was undercover. Besides, what could she tell them? That Amelia denied who she was? That she so clearly was rebuffing her own sister? This news would completely break her parents. Even if she wanted to call them and shout the good news, telling them was something she had to do in person. Not here as Isabel Windsor, not now. And how? Why was Amelia married to a man 25 years her senior? How did they meet? How long had they been together? Did they have children together? The questions grew, and Erin's unease made her queasy. When they got back to their connected suites, Erin turned to Luke. "I'm sorry, but I can't eat dessert with you. I don't feel well." "No apologies, you do look tired. You're pale." Luke touched Erin's arm and frowned. "And ice cold. Can I find one of the wait staff and have them deliver some Tylenol up here?" No, I'm fine. I just need to be alone and get some sleep." "Is this about what happened earlier? Between Mr. Marini and me?" Erin shook her head. "I'm still not happy about your presumptuous manhandling of me, but I'm just overtired. Not used to all the wealth and high society. Having to be on my guard while pretending to be someone I'm not in reality." "I can understand that. These kind of jobs are stressful. Oh, I forgot that I brought some Tylenol you can use." Luke jogged into his room and grabbed a bottle, shaking out a few tablets. "Hopefully this will help you get through the next few days. It could get rough. Now get some sleep. I'm concerned about you." "I appreciate that, Luke, I do. I'll see you in the morning for a consultation about—" She swept her hand vaguely to indicate their job. "About all of this?" "Over breakfast?" "Sounds good. Good night." Luke leaned in to kiss her forehead. "Sleep well, Isabel, love." Bergeron was acting so solicitous and tender that Erin nearly broke down in tears. After seeing her missing, kidnapped, sister after so many years, she was about to have a severe breakdown. She locked the outer and inner doors and stripped out of her gown, putting on warm pajamas and turning up the heat. How could she get in touch with Braden? She had to talk to him. They had texted earlier, but she didn't trust the phone. Especially not for an SOS. What if Luke was getting copies of her text messages? She couldn't risk that. She had gone into a mentally dark place after meeting Mrs. Grayson. Nothing was right here. Something was very, very wrong. And why was Luke having a meeting with Holden Grayson? She meant to ask him that, but he had already disappeared down the hallway. At least she assumed he had gone back downstairs to meet the man, since she hadn't heard any doors opening or closing. These rooms were fairly soundproofed, but she couldn't take any chances. Most likely, Agent Bergeron was getting friendly with the business mogul to glean more information about his potential involvement in the Egyptian collection. He was probably using the connections of his wealthy parents, who used to live in Savannah, as a way to get in closer to the Graysons. Maybe he was orchestrating some fake business deal. Okay, that was fine. Good, even. But it was time for a bit of spy snooping of her own. Erin opened the inner door and listened to Luke's connecting one. Complete silence. The man had gone downstairs. Was it locked? Nope. She closed her own door again and locked it so she wouldn't have any surprises later in the night. Quickly, she put on some jeans and a warm sweater, throwing a hoodie sweatshirt over her head and soft sneakers on her feet. Making sure the coast was clear, she darted down the hall to where the staircase landing was located, then took a second staircase up to the 4th floor. Turning left, she went all the way to the end. In the distance, she could hear the faint sounds of the party still going on below. The plate of desserts was still sitting on the table in her room. If she got hungry later, she could always stuff a few chocolates in her mouth. A single tap on the final door of the wing brought the sight of Braden when it cracked open. "Erin, it's you." He pulled her inside and closed the door while she melted against him in relief. She let out a single sob, then choked it back, holding a fist against her mouth. Alarm filled Braden's face. "What's going on? It's risky for you to be here." "I know, but I was careful, and nobody should recognize me in this hoodie. I look like one of the maids getting off the clock." "Talk fast. I don't trust meeting like this." "You will never believe who Mr. Grayson's wife is." "You met her?" "Just 30 minutes ago in the ballroom. The name she's using is Anna, but her real name is Amelia." Braden's brow creased in confusion. "I don't understand. How is that significant?" "You don't remember, do you? I haven't talked to you about Amelia for a long time. It's my sister, Braden. Mrs. Grayson is my missing sister." He let out a low whistle, shock clearly on his face. "What? You're positive? That's unbelievable." "She's as fancy as a billionaire's wife can be. But it only took a second. I know my own sister. And I know she recognized me. She's different, though. Cold as ice. Warned me not to speak her name or intimate that we knew each other. I'm dying to talk to her, to find out where she's been all these years, and how in the world did she get mixed up with Holden Grayson?" Braden shook his head. "It doesn't make sense. Nothing about this job does." "Grayson is coming up to Luke's suite soon. We have to know what they discuss. I honestly don't know if Bergeron will tell us. I can see him taking Grayson down on his own without us so that he gets all the credit and the CIA awards. I can see him leaving us out of the loop too, unfortunately. The man has an ego the size of Manhattan. I still owe him a black eye over that mistletoe stunt. He was just waiting for a chance to get you in a lip lock." Erin shuddered. "I don't want to think about that. I'm trying to forget." "So what's your plan?" She smiled a wicked grin. "We're going to bug Luke's room." Whoa, that's risky on a scale of 10. If Howell finds out, he'll have our heads for eavesdropping on one of our own team members. This is different. We're spying on Grayson. It may be our only chance to get more information on what's about to go down here at the Levine estate, and when. We need to have a warning so we're prepared, and be able to call for backup when we need them. He shook his head. "Sorry, I didn't bring my equipment." "I did," Erin replied, smiling more broadly now. "I decided to have it delivered ahead of time when Bergeron was such an annoying oaf." "How do we get into his room? Pick the lock?" "There's a connecting door between our rooms." "Huh. I didn't know that." Braden didn't look too happy about that information. "Don't worry, I keep my side locked. But we need to hurry. They could be upstairs at any moment." "How good are you at setting up a bug?" She put a hand on her hip. "I was top of my bugging class. It's a small space, and they won't be expecting it. 5 minutes tops. Grayson and Luke will spend at least that at the bar before they come upstairs." "Okay, let's get this done and get out as fast as we can." I'll go first so we're not seen together. Wait 2 minutes, then tap twice on my door." Brayden shook his head, gazing at her with admiration.
"You're quite a woman, Erin Steele."
She leaned into his chest, smiling up at him. "That's why you love me so much."
"There are 100 reasons why I love you, and this is only one of those reasons."
Brayden wrapped his arms around her and kissed her with such tenderness and warmth. Erin thought she'd faint right then and there. Unfortunately, there was no time for any more kissing, so Erin pulled the hood over her hair again and slipped out the door. 2 minutes later, she heard the 2 taps and pulled Brayden inside. Her heart was pounding a mile a minute. "Got my equipment out and ready. Let's put a bug inside one of the lamps by the coffee table and one by the electrical socket near the sidebar."
"That should work, because they'll need electricity to work. And it's such a small room it won't transmit a powerful signal, so neither Grayson nor Bergeron should detect it."
"My bugs are so tiny they look like a speck of dust."
"I love you,"
Brayden said, tugging at a lock of her hair.
"I know,"
she responded, grinning. 5 minutes later, she had the bugs in place while Brayden listened at the outer door for the sound of footsteps. "Done," Erin whispered, running across the carpet in her bare feet. She glanced back at Luke's room. She hadn't touched anything but the wall and the lamp. She hadn't even knocked into the lampshade. The suite looked precisely as when she had entered.
"They're here,"
Brayden mouthed. Sure enough, someone passed her door and stopped at the next one. As quietly as she could, Erin closed both interconnecting doors with barely a whisper of sound, then locked hers at the same time Luke's key turned the doorknob of his hallway door. Tiptoeing across her bedroom, she sat on the floor, so the bed didn't accidentally creak. Brayden stood stock still, pointing to her outer door and himself. He needed to get out of here if Luke called out to Erin. At the moment, the sound of 2 men's voices came through, muffled and indistinct.
"Go now,"
Erin mouthed back,
"while they're pouring drinks and moving about."
He nodded and slipped out quietly. She didn't even hear him going down the hall or the stairs. He must have been top of his class in silent maneuvers. After she had locked her outer door, she sank to the carpet again, breathing heavily and sweating a bit. Tonight was filled with nerve-wracking stuff. Now she had to pretend to be asleep. Quietly, she got into her nightgown and slipped into bed, turning off the only light she'd had on earlier, so no light was seen through the heavy drapes at the balcony doors. Tomorrow morning, she'd have to pretend to sleep in so she could retrieve the bugs and listen to the recording. Hopefully, that ruse would work. She picked up the Tylenol tablets Luke had given her. They looked different from the ones she had at home. They were a pale blue color and bigger. Moving with slow motions, Erin picked up her iPad and searched for images of Tylenol. Nope. The pills Luke had given her were not Tylenol at all. She looked at the marking and numbers on each side of the pill, then performed an online search. Her face flamed hot with a peculiar fear and outrage. Erin put a hand to her throat. Agent Bergeron had given her Percocet, which was a strong sedative and pain medication she'd had at the hospital when she had her appendix out as a teenager, then contracted an infection afterward and was in terrible pain. For some bizarre reason, Luke did not want her waking up tomorrow morning. These pills would knock her out for about 15 hours, long enough that she wouldn't wake up until mid-afternoon. Why would he do that? Indeed, he'd made a mistake. He was a flirt and a tease, and had taken advantage of that dangerous mistletoe, but he wouldn't try to hurt her. These pills must have been something he brought with him on a job when he had to drug a target. He'd mixed them up or accidentally grabbed the wrong bottle in his hurry. Erin would have to ask him. At the moment, she was dying to know what the two men were discussing, just a mere 20 feet away from her on the other side of the double doors. It wouldn't be long until she'd find out. Patience was often not one of her virtues, especially during a stressful job such as this one. Erin climbed into bed and snuggled under the blankets to get her toes warm. At that moment, a new text message came through on the burner phone lying on the nightstand. Erin's heart leaped into her throat, hoping it was from Braden. He might know what was happening with their suspects and the rest of the house. The moment she saw the screen, she knew it was not from Braden. It was the same stranger who had sent that sinister message a few days ago at the hotel. "Your mission is futile, my pet. It's already too late for your little undercover crew triangle. Have a sound slumber. Until another time. Bon voyage." Chapter 16. Secret Conversations. Icy chills ran down every nerve of Erin's body. Her heart began a slow pound against her ribs. This person knew about the wrong pills. At least it sounded like it. The threat was disconcerting, to say the least. Had this person given the pills to Luke with instructions to give them to her? Like one of the house staff, pretending she had requested them. Getting out of bed, she paced the floor. She couldn't knock on the connecting door. It appeared that Luke's meeting with Holden Grayson was still going. What in the world could they be talking about? She glanced at the clock. Only 15 minutes had passed. Time was playing tricks on her mind. It had been a wise decision not to listen to the bugging devices in real time. Most of the time when a house or office was targeted for bugging, the agent could hear any conversations in real time in another building across town. It was too risky for her to listen, because Luke and Holden Grayson might hear their voices coming through the connecting door. Instead, Erin was recording the meeting, and she'd listen to it after he and Luke left his suite. Erin was dying to talk to Braden. She didn't dare use the burner cell phone. How could she get in touch with him? Then she slapped a hand against her forehead. There was a house phone sitting near the bar in the other room. It was too late for further wariness and caution. Things were beginning to move fast. Following the directions on the card near the house phone in the sitting room, she managed to get a night shift housekeeper to connect her to Mr. Marini's room. Braden answered on the first ring. "Braden?" she whispered. "Erin, is that you? You sound funny." "I don't dare speak any louder." "Holden and Bergeron still going at it?" "For the present. Wait." Erin paused when she heard the male voices grow a bit louder, followed by the click of Luke's door opening and closing. Soft footsteps disappeared down the hallway. Was Luke still in his room, or did he leave with Grayson? "I got another hostile message on the burner phone," she finally told Braden. "Can you come up here?" "Of course. I'll be there in less than a minute." True to his word, Braden arrived quickly. Erin was watching for him through a crack in the door, and she let him in and closed the door just as fast. He grabbed her cold hands in his warm ones and rubbed her fingers, speaking in low whispers. "I don't understand what's going on. How are you a threat? How does anyone know your identity?" "I have no idea, but I'm getting more and more afraid. Luke also gave me some pain pills, Tylenol, but it turned out they were strong sedatives instead. I think it was an accidental mistake. Thankfully, I recognized them from a past hospital stay, and I take way too many Tylenol PMs these days to help me sleep, so I recognized the difference." "Your training to double-check any drugs from someone, even another agent, is a good one." Holding a finger to her lips, Erin used her other hand to point to the connecting doors between the two suites. Tiptoeing over, she lightly knocked. There was no answer. Trying the doorknob, she discovered that it was still unlocked. Luke probably wanted her to have access, just in case she tried to seduce him in the middle of the night. "In your dreams, buddy," she muttered.
"In and out and right back here,"
Braden told her.
"Don't think about getting caught. I have your back."
30 seconds later, Erin had retrieved the bugs and closed the door and locked it. She was breathing heavily. "I'm sweating with nerves now. Hey, can you set up the recording while I throw some dark clothes on?"
"What are you thinking about doing, sweetheart?"
There might not be any incriminating evidence or subterfuge plans recorded on the bugs, just a chat about a business partnership. Maybe he wants to hire Bergeron as a bodyguard. The man is big and bulky enough, with military fighting experience. Honestly, who knows? I've been thinking about something else.
"Your face is so serious, like you have a new plan. Spill it, honey,"
Braden said. "I think we should pay a little visit to the downstairs museum. I want to inspect the Egyptian collection with a different eye this time around."
"Sounds good. You've got me curious now."
"Good. Just bring your master key set and lockpick so we can get past their locks, Agent Moretti."
"Got 'em in my pocket. Never go anywhere without them."
"And that is just one of the reasons why I love you, Dominic Marini."
"I know,"
he said. Erin smothered her face into his chest while they tried not to burst out laughing. "Okay," she whispered. "Let's do this, and let's take the elevator. Luke and Grayson always use the main staircase." Taking off her shoes, Erin lightly ran down the plush carpeted hallway to the elevator bank around the corner, Braden right behind her. It was fortunate that no one could spot them standing there while they entered the elevator. And nobody could see them from the staircase either, which felt so very public and conspicuous right now. When the elevator reached the main floor and the doors opened, Braden surreptitiously glanced around the corner into the central vestibule. At the same time, Erin stayed inside, holding the door open.
"Nobody in sight,"
Braden said quietly.
"But it is long after midnight. Most guests have retired. I hear dishes and chairs banging around. I think the staff is cleaning up the ballroom."
"But we have to go past the bar near the ballroom to get to the museum in the back of the house."
"Other than the noise of cleanup, I don't hear talking or laughter."
"Hopefully people are drinking in their rooms after such a long evening." Braden lifted his eyebrows in agreement, grinning.
"Like Grayson and Bergeron."
"Exactly." Slowly they moved out of the elevator and into the hallway. The lighting in the house had dimmed significantly as lamps and chandeliers had been turned off earlier, and the party candles extinguished. Night lights along the walls gave off the only light.
"The museum is this way, just past the bar,"
Braden added.
"Remember the long hallway we took to get to it?"
Erin nodded, trying not to speak. But when they passed the bar, she halted and nearly cried out, slamming a palm against her mouth. Her sister Amelia was sitting at the bar, still wearing her evening gown and nursing a nightcap. She was alone. She was so beautiful, Erin's heart ached. And it was doubly worse that she was drinking alone. Why wasn't she in bed with her husband? Quietly, she walked up behind her, and Amelia spotted her in the wall of mirrored glass behind the counter, where rows of bottles and mixers sat. Her sister turned around to confront her. "What are you doing here?" "Go away, Erin. There is nothing you can do to help me, and I don't want you interfering in my life." "So you do know me," Erin said softly. "I was worried that you might have amnesia. But your body language gave you away during the party a few hours ago." Her sister let out a harsh laugh. "I haven't lost my memory, if that's what you suspected. No, we never believed that. We? Amelia's body language was rigid and tense. She was clearly uncomfortable. Any minute now, Erin feared that her sister would get up, run away, and she'd never see her again. Me, Mom, Dad, Sean, you know, your family. Her sister didn't respond to that. Then she jerked her chin at Brayden. Who's he? A friend. Amelia's laugh was derisive as she shook her head. Grayson thinks you two are police, or CIA, maybe Interpol. Why would he think that? Because he's been watching you interact, and you're obviously not from the wealthy part of town. Despite the nice dress and hairstyle, somebody professional fixed you up. Erin made a face at that while she reached out to touch her sister's hand. Just once, gently. A brush of skin to confirm that Amelia was actually here in front of her. But it took everything she had not to weep and throw herself into her sister's arms. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult. It doesn't matter, Erin. I'm just quite weary at the moment. It's not good to drink alone, Erin said, her voice trailing off. Then she asked the question that had haunted her for 2 years. What happened, Amelia? Mom and Dad, we've practically given up ever seeing you again. Were you kidnapped? Is Grayson holding you against your will? We can help you, Brayden and I. I'm sure you'd love to, Amelia said, lifting her lips into a mocking smile. No, I wasn't kidnapped. I left San Francisco willingly, and I'm happy, but you need to forget about me. Maybe you can, now that you know I'm alive and perfectly fine. It hurts to see how much you've changed. You're not the Amelia I knew, the big sister I grew up with, who played dolls with me, took me shopping, to the aquarium in Golden Gate Park, never scolded or brushed me off when your friends showed up. That was a long time ago, a lifetime. Amelia rose from the bar stool, setting the heavy glass on the polished wooden counter. I'm tired and going to bed. Where do you live? How can I get in touch with you? Will you be here tomorrow? Can we talk further? For the first time, Amelia reached out to place a palm against Erin's face. It was a fleeting touch, and when Erin lifted her hand, her sister took a step back. No, my pet. I'm sorry, but you will never see me again. I can promise you that. Holden said as much when I told him who you were. He asked about me? You were so obvious, Erin, gaping at me, your hands fluttering in the urge to throw your arms around me and howl with emotion. So yes, he asked who you were. He's my husband. We share everything. Erin couldn't help challenging her. How do I know that's true? Perhaps he's kept you captive all these years. That's ridiculous. I love him. So take your CIA boyfriend and go back upstairs. Then go home. I'm perfectly fine and happy. I just have a different life, one that father and mother wouldn't approve. Now you're being ridiculous. Mom and Dad would love to know that you're happily married, that you're alive. Every time a woman's body was found somewhere in the country, we feared it was you. Erin's voice broke while tears slipped down her face. Her sister said, If you want to tell them I'm still walking and kicking, go ahead. I can't stop you. Softly, she added, Good night, Erin. Chapter 17. The Recording. Erin was a wreck when she and Brayden returned to her suite, unable to continue with their plan to go to the museum. Watching Amelia walk away from her, so distant, so detached, was one of the hardest things she'd ever had to do. What happened to her, Brayden? she whispered when they rode the elevator back upstairs. "Why? I don't understand. Nothing makes sense anymore." He held her in his arms, stroking her hair while she tried to get her emotions under control, even though the tears kept coming. "I know, sweetheart," he said in his deep, warm voice. "We'll figure that part out someday. But you have to hang on to the fact that she is alive. The biggest question of all has finally been answered after so many years." "It's just that now I have 100 more questions. And she never once let me touch her. Not once. Which makes me feel as though she's as far away as ever. Like she hates me." "She doesn't hate you. She's holding something big and painful inside her. Something she can't talk about yet. Won't admit, perhaps." "So what do I do now?" "I'm not sure I can face my parents when I get back home. I mean, what in the world do I tell them? It will be worse for them. At least I did get to talk to her, even if it was a horrible conversation." "You can't worry about that right now. She's married to Holden Grayson, and he is our #1 suspect right now. We have to figure out what our next step is. That answer might also be a key to understanding Amelia." When the elevator stopped, Braden scoped out the immediate area. "The house is completely quiet. Nobody's in the hallway. Can you grab the bugs and we can listen to them back in my room? I don't want Luke hearing us when he's that nearby." "That's a good idea. Stay here." With silent footsteps, Erin slipped into her room. Only one small light in the bathroom had been left on, and the main room was mostly in shadow. Even so, she spied a slip of paper on the floor by the connecting door to Luke's room. Picking it up, she read the brief words. "Darling Erin, I tried to rouse you, but you must be sound asleep. I wanted to talk to you after I met with Holden. We'll talk in the morning instead. Luke." Carefully, Erin shoved it into the pocket of her jeans, acutely aware that any hint of sound might be heard through the double connecting doors. She couldn't risk that. All was silent. She assumed Luke was asleep, as were most of the entire mansion's house guests. She had to trust that Luke wouldn't be pounding on her door to talk to her at 2 o'clock in the morning. After gathering up the bugs in her fists and her miniature laptop, Erin returned to the elevator at the far end of the hall. Soft night lights lit the space for ease of walking, and her bare feet patted the carpet like a silent cat. 2 minutes later, she and Braden were in his guest room on the 4th floor. "We still need to remain as quiet as possible," he suggested in a low voice. "No telling how much you can hear the residents from the floors above or below each room." Erin nodded, setting up her laptop and plugging in the bugging device to listen to what had been recorded. Keeping the sound low, she turned it on. Braden's eyes were on her face as they listened to the sound of 2 men speaking. Almost immediately, Erin said, "That's Luke. And that's Grayson. Can you understand what they're saying? It seems garbled. Maybe the recording mechanism inside the bugs went awry. Or the batteries are losing their charge." "Go back to the beginning and try again," Braden suggested. Erin set it up once more, and the men's voices began again. She frowned, dismayed. "Looks like we have nothing." Braden held up a finger. "No, wait a minute. Don't stop it." "What? I got nothing." He glanced up at her. "That's because they're not speaking English. Our ears assumed we'd hear English, and we're not." "Good grief, you're right," Erin said. "Those are Grayson and Luke's voices, though, correct?" "Yep. Keep it running." Sitting up straighter while a light bulb seemed to go on in his brain. "They're speaking Russian." Erin sucked in a breath. "No way." "It's been a long time,
but I studied Russian back in college when I was playing around with the idea of applying to one of the intel communities. Now candidates are learning Chinese like crazy. Second and third languages do make your application stand out. All I got was some French and a bit of Spanish, Erin admitted. This reminds me of our Russian Fabergé eggs. The irony is that Fabergé was born in Russia and was a Russian national. He died in Switzerland, though. But in reality, his father was born in Estonia and then changed their surname from Fabrier to Fabergé when they became trained in jewelry making. Family histories can be so complicated. Peter Carl's father must have thought the new last name sounded better in his career as a jeweler of high-end work. And not just a jeweler, works of art that have never been matched in artistic beauty since. Okay, so Bergeron could have learned Russian when he was in the military, although it seems like learning Arabic would have been more useful at the time. He might know both, Erin suggested. Braden nodded. This might mean nothing. But how does Grayson know it? And why are the two of them speaking together in Russian? That's easy. They don't want anyone overhearing their conversation. Exactly what I'm thinking. Can you understand much? Let's play it again from the beginning. Can you slow the speed a bit? Sure, let me try. Erin fiddled with some controls and was successful. The voices were distinct once again, the timbres of the men distinctly different. Grayson older sounding, while Luke was smooth and the more fluent of the two. Even though it had a bit of static, Braden scribbled a few brief notes. The recording ended, and Erin switched it off. What did you get? It's all gibberish to me, except for one part that sounded like they said Savannah River a couple of times. They did. Braden concurred, a smirk spreading across his face while he shook his head in disbelief. I think our suspicions have been confirmed. Well, partly. How? Tell me. There's a plan to use the Savannah River through the woods to move their contraband. Not sure what kind of boat or where they're going except to the south. My hypothesis is a private island in the Caribbean, Erin said. There's only a few hundred of them. Easy to lose yourself. I looked up the oceanic maps. Getting from the Savannah River is a straight shot to the Atlantic. Matter of a couple of hours. From there, you can reach Cuba, Jamaica, Puerto Rico, or any unnamed island in a matter of a few days. With an untraceable ship that's not on anyone's radar. Like pirates, Braden said, shaking his head again. They're freaking pirates. Erin sat back, stunned. Unbelievable. What's the rest of your suspicions? You said only partly confirmed. The most troubling aspect of the recording is that Agent Luke Bergeron is a double agent. He's working for Grayson, who is a Russian asset himself. Grayson's father was a general for Russia during World War II. Well, darling, Erin said, leaning forward to kiss Braden warmly on the lips. Your Russian is still pretty darn good then. Elementary vocabulary from both of them, so it wasn't too hard. I picked up the generalities and filled in the rest. What do we do now? It will be hard continuing as we have been the past few days. I can't pretend to be engaged to Bergeron without giving myself away. I'm even more repulsed. He's a traitor, working against our country, and my sister is married to one. Braden reached out to take her hand. He squeezed Erin's cold fingers in his warm ones and gave her a reassuring smile. Easy. We're going to break into the museum and open up one of those ancient Egyptian artifacts. Chapter 18. Midnight in the Cemetery. Why do we need to open them up? Erin asked.
My current theory is that the plan is to take the Egyptian collection to an unnamed island, create fake certificates of authentication, and then get them into London's Christie's one piece at a time for selling. Under different names, of course. Braden was thoughtful. We already know how difficult that would be. With them missing, the entire world is going to be suspicious if any of King Tut's collection shows up on the market. Obviously stolen or counterfeit. What are you thinking then? What do pirates do for a living, my darling FBI agent? They smuggle. My theory is that Grayson, with Luke's help and a big payout, is smuggling something inside the sarcophagus. I think you're on to something. But hey, I was only one step behind you. Braden smiled at her and shook his head. You're the one who figured out that the Levine estate borders on the Savannah River, with nothing but 200-year-old trees in the way of getting to the water's edge. The trees do make good camouflage, Erin added with a smile. Best of all, there are convenient dirt paths in those woods, and headstones to hide behind. What are we waiting for? Erin yawned. A good night's sleep? Later, Braden said with a soft laugh. We have a job to do, and it's only 3 o'clock in the morning. Not even the Levine staff will be up yet. Let's go find out what's so precious in that Egyptian collection worth smuggling, or going to prison for. You're on. Lead the way, sweetheart. I'll follow you to the ends of the earth, or a deserted island where we can finally be alone. For that temptation, I can crowbar a sarcophagus or two. We're not damaging these 3,000-year-old artifacts. We're here on the FBI's mission, to detect, solve a mystery, and then make a few arrests. I know, I'm a wee bit tired and getting punchy, as my dad likes to say. Let's go, Braden Moretti. Or shall I call you Dominic Marini? Better use the latter for now. Don't want to blow my cover. A prickling sensation rose on Erin's neck. I'm going to get my running shoes, plus grab a jacket in the event our after-midnight activities take us outside. Good idea. And get your gloves so we don't leave fingerprints. I'll change too. Meet you on the museum level at the elevator landing? Perfect, Erin agreed. See you in 5 minutes. 4 minutes later, after strapping her Glock around her waist as well, Erin took the elevator. The doors slid quietly open, and she found Braden waiting for her in dark jeans and a black sweater as well. Holding tight to each other's hands, they skirted an ornate grandfather clock as they headed to the museum, silent, moving like shadows down the hallway. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any guests taking a midnight stroll about the mansion, but the night guard for the Egyptian collection was going to be more difficult. Do you have a plan for unruly night guards? Erin whispered. Braden grinned. Not yet, but I will, he said, tapping his left hip to indicate his sidearm. Walking through the dark, silent estate house was eerie in the middle of the night. So many columned hallways and spacious, beautifully decorated rooms with fragrant hothouse flower arrangements on the inlaid tables. Up ahead was the grand museum hall, only one door in and out. Good for security, but not so good if they needed to make a quick escape. Before approaching, Erin and Braden paused to listen for footsteps or noises. There were none. But at the far end of the museum was an office door. A light showed underneath. Must be the security guard on break or doing paperwork during the middle of the night. Braden put a finger to his lips while he moved to pick the lock. He even had a gadget that unlocked the deadbolt. Look for cameras, he mouthed to Erin when they stood on the threshold before moving forward into the room. Erin pointed upward, a camera on the ceiling near the door, and 2 others on each end of the museum itself. Hugging the wall and dropping to her feet, Erin slid horizontally along the floor underneath the camera, taking care to hide behind a large table and stand of flowers. Since the other cameras were pointed in different directions, she climbed on the table, keeping out of view, and threw a cloth over the camera to obscure their movements. If they remained quiet, they could do their search without alerting the guard. Braden motioned to Erin to listen at the office door while he took out the other cameras. She nodded, giving him time to disconnect the cameras with a pair of pliers before moving closer to the office. At the same moment, Erin heard the sound of a male voice. She tiptoed to the office door, listening. The guard was on the phone. No, he was watching a video or late-night TV show. Either way, she hoped he was engrossed a bit longer. There was a good chance he wouldn't get up to do a round for at least another few minutes. It must get pretty boring to be within this very secure mansion and have to guard an empty museum. 2 other security guards made rounds outside the estate at night, and there was an alarm system that Erin had spotted when she first entered the big house several days earlier. Dodging the security was tricky, especially if the guards' movie ended soon, but getting into the locked display cases would be even more challenging. Museums like this one used a unique museum-quality plexiglass that protected the historical pieces from light and dust, while allowing guests to view without glares or shadows. Moving silently into the large room while the anticipation of getting caught was looming, Braden held up his lockpick again. "Wait a minute," Erin whispered, holding up a hand. "Look, the display cases are gone. They've already been packed into crates for moving them out of here." "It's already happening," Braden said. "Find the biggest crates," Erin mouthed, pointing. "Those will have the sarcophagus and death mask, 2 of the largest items." Braden nodded, indicating with his hands that the royal throne chair wouldn't be a good hiding place. "What do you think we're looking for?" Erin whispered close to Braden's ear. He shook his head. "I think we'll know it when we see it. Here goes." Moments later, Erin soundlessly pointed to the largest oblong crate. A padlock was tight and secure on the outside framework. Braden went to work picking the lock. 30 seconds later, the multiple pins had dropped with tiny metallic sounds. A single twist and the padlock opened. Carefully lifting the lid to the crate, Erin sucked in a breath of wonder all over again. Despite more than 33 centuries passing since its creation, the sarcophagus's paint and gold were amazingly vibrant, the young king's likeness remarkable to behold. "I get chills," Erin whispered. "Up close makes the past so very real, and also poignant knowing King Tut died so young." A second padlock secured the sarcophagus lid, but it didn't take Braden more than a few moments to get it unlocked as well. "Ready?" he mouthed. Erin gulped and nodded. Were their suspicions correct? Or was this a wild goose chase that would end in their arrests if Levine's security guard caught them? Slowly, inch by inch, Braden lifted the heavy lid so as not to create any noise. Putting on her leather gloves, Erin lifted the lower, narrower end of the ancient coffin lid. "I got it," Braden said. "Turn on your penlight." Erin fished it out of her pocket and clicked it on, moving the small light over the inside of the empty coffin, the actual body of King Tut lying in the Valley of the Kings far away in Egypt. She spotted a black pouch tucked into a recess in the bottom of the stone box. She pointed and Braden nodded. Carefully, she reached in and scooped up the bag. It made a swishy, tinkling sound, the sound of many small objects bumping together. Lifting her shoulders in silent confusion, she undid the leather strap holding the bag together. Handfuls of tiny, sparkling stones fell like sand into her palm. Braden's eyes widened.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Diamonds, she hissed. Rubies and emeralds, and more diamonds, perfectly cut. Her voice trailed away as she clutched the stones poured into her hand so she didn't drop them, and returned them to the soft bag, tying it off once more so they didn't spill onto the parquet floor. Both of them dropped silently to the floor behind the crate to have a whispered conference. There's got to be hundreds of them. Do you think they're fake? Braden shook his head. No way fake jewels would be hidden inside this sarcophagus. There'd be no point. They're jaw-dropping gorgeous. Where do you think they're originally from? Solitary stones not fashioned into jewelry pieces. He lifted an eyebrow. Perhaps they were taken out of stolen jewelry, to be sold individually. A good method to disguise the original theft. An excellent method for untracked jewels. A solitary gemstone can't be traced unless it's a famous stone and certified. Erin had barely finished speaking when a sudden, loud, grinding noise came from the rear of the museum. Peering around the crate, she tugged at Braden, pointing. The entire back wall of the museum was in the process of folding up like a garage door and disappearing into the dark roofline. It was astonishing. The Levine Museum had been designed explicitly to move artwork and artifacts in and out. Crouched on the floor, Braden placed the lid back on the crate that held the royal sarcophagus, secured the padlock, and dropped out of sight again. A split second later, 2 forklifts, their engines rumbling, moved in from the outside yard to lift the packed crates. The security guard came out of the office, raising a thumbs-up signal to the forklift operators. While the guard was distracted, Braden grabbed Erin's hand to make a fast move to the side wall of the dark museum. In 3 seconds, they crouched behind the long row of now empty display cases. They're moving it all out right now, Erin hissed. We're too late. There's no time to inform Howell. While they watched, the forklifts placed the crates onto a truck, its double doors wide open. Because the artifacts displayed at the Levine estate were just a partial number of the entire King Tut collection from the London Museum, it only took about 10 minutes to load the 5 crates into the large moving truck. Some of the crates would have held multiple pieces, like the urns and vases, the royal crown, the king's chair, and death mask. We have to stop this, Braden muttered, rising from their hiding spot. I'm going to tell the operators and truck driver that I'm authorized to stop the movement of the shipment. Flash your badge or something, as if you have authority from Mr. Levine.
Unfortunately, you don't have any authority here at all,
a deep male voice said behind them.
But I do, with Levine's permission.
Erin's head jerked as she jumped to her feet. It was Holden Grayson, smiling pleasantly at them as if they were at a garden tea party.
I'll take those off your hands,
he said, snatching the velvet bag from Erin's fingers. Behind Grayson, Luke opened the crate containing the death mask of Tut and removed the second bag of jewels. In moments, he resealed the container, then signaled to the forklift drivers to move the remaining crates into the waiting truck. Throwing a glance at Braden, Erin figured that any other jewels had already been moved out of the remaining Egyptian artifacts. So you're a double agent for the Russians, Agent Bergeron, she said in a hard voice. The man jerked his chin up.
What makes you say that?
A little bug told me.
You clever girl. Don't you know that I'm falling in love with you? If you come away with me, I'll cover you in diamonds and rubies, and we'll live out our fantasy in luxury and seclusion.
Erin made a snorting sound. Dream on. You're going to spend the rest of your life in prison.
I think not, my love. You do not know who you're dealing with. And believe me, you don't want to know. I know exactly who I'm dealing with. Thieves and traitors to the country. Good luck trying to hide. I've figured out your plan. I also wonder if you were ever in the military. Nice cover story, but I'm not buying it. Falsified documents probably got you into the CIA. Luc Bergeron chuckled, reaching into his jacket to casually pull out a gun. Erin froze as two men in black gear with knit face masks converged from the corners of the museum. They brandished weapons as the sound of an explosive device went off inside the museum. Flashes of light from the explosive immediately blinded Erin. She staggered backward, stumbling over a stack of empty cardboard boxes. Before she lost her balance and hit the floor, Braden grabbed her arm from out of the darkness and pulled her to the left. "Down," he ordered in a crouched position. "What was that?" Erin asked, blinking her eyes rapidly in an attempt to get her sight working again. "They planted some explosives or firecrackers in case they had unexpected company, like us." The truck's doors closed, and then the vehicle ground its gears and lurched forward, heading for the cemetery road at the back of the Levine property. "Run," Braden said, taking her hand in a tight grip. Erin pumped her legs, running full out while she trusted Braden's sight. In seconds, they emerged from the warehouse and into the frigid night, running to the nearby cemetery for cover. The truck was still ahead of them, disappearing into the dark, cold night. But where had Grayson and Bergeron gone during the flash explosion? How close behind were the two men? Surely they weren't going to let her and Braden go so easily, but it also masked the ability to see anyone pursuing them. The 200-foot oak trees loomed black and menacing against a moonless night. Just as they reached the first set of headstones, gunshots reverberated through the air. "Drop!" Erin screamed at Braden, hitting the ground. Her ears were ringing, and her heart pumped like an out-of-control piston against her ribs. These people were serious. Grayson's team of shooters was somewhere close by, but it was hard to tell. Then came the sound of a groan off to her right. "Braden! Where are you?" Erin yelled, aiming her pistol from side to side as she lay on the ground, staring through the dark to make out the shadows of their attackers. "Here," he moaned. "Took a hit." "No," Erin groaned, crawling across the dirt and patchy grass. She finally found him behind a huge dormant azalea bush. Dried brown petals littered the ground. "Where are you bleeding?" "Shoulder." Briefly, Erin flashed her penlight at him. Blood moved in a slow trickle down his arm. His shirt ripped apart where the bullet had entered the fleshy part of his left arm. "Grazed me. Don't think the bullet's inside." Erin quickly did triage. "Missed your artery, thank goodness, but you're bleeding too much. Let me get something." Leaning back against a headstone, she tugged at her shirt. Pulling at the fabric with her teeth and fists, Erin tore a strip from the waistline. "Sorry I don't have a belt to make a tourniquet, but this will do for now." The whirring of a helicopter came into focus, the sound increasing quickly. More of Grayson's thugs, or somebody else? She pulled out her phone and punched the number for Agent Howell. It was the first time she'd contacted him, afraid of messages getting intercepted. But this had become life or death now. He answered on the third ring. "Steele, where are you?" "We need backup. We're dodging bullets from Grayson's goons." "Where?" "Somewhere in a cemetery, behind the Levine estate that borders the shoreline of the river. Grayson's got an escape boat and buckets full of diamonds and other jewels ready for the black market. Probably worth $100 million. A couple of orders of magnitude more than the Tut Collection, which was a red herring. King Tut's going back to London, not stolen at all." Howell swore softly. "You two okay?" No, Moretti's been shot. Got the bleeding under control, but we need an ambulance and some serious backup. How soon can you get local police and an FBI team here?
Probably 20 minutes. I'll call now. I should have sent you with a bigger team. Not what we expected. But you've got Bergeron to help you, right? Is he okay?
Oh, he's just fine and dandy. Erin spit out with venom. He's a double agent. A treasonous slime and selling stolen jewels by way of Russia. That's why I need a platoon of law enforcement. These guys won't go down without a fight.
You don't have the manpower to fend them off. Stay put. That's an order.
I'm staying with Moretti until the ambulance gets here. If we don't get found by Grayson's killer squad in the meantime.
Move to a better location if you can.
That's the plan. Did you get my GPS coordinates during our call?
Got 'em. LEO's on their way. Sit tight and keep out of sight.
See you back in San Francisco, after we recover at the local hospital. Erin stuffed the phone in her jeans back pocket. You okay, Brayden? Are you still with me? I wish it weren't so dark out here.
I wish the headstones were warmer.
He quipped. Erin smiled, tracing his cheek in the starlight. You're in a good mood for almost having a bullet in your arm.
Everything is better when you're next to me. But we need to get off our backsides and get to the river.
You're not going anywhere in your condition.
My legs still work just fine. And perhaps we can throw a diversion to stop the loading of the boat before law enforcement arrives and puts an end to this merry party.
They're probably long gone by now.
Nope. Look right over there. Between that cluster of headstones tilting precariously inside that rickety picket fence.
Erin stared into the darkness as a cloud moved across the sky, opening up a sliver of shaky moonlight. Grayson and Luke were driving a jeep over the rocky terrain and speeding straight toward the river, not once looking back over their shoulders. Erin grunted. They act like they know what they're doing. Wish we had a vehicle.
We've still got legs, and it can't be more than 1/4 of a mile as the crow flies.
Crawling behind the closest oak tree, Erin whispered,
Couple of goons sitting 100 yards away, hiding behind a family burial monument.
Brayden chuckled.
Guess they're not completely inept. Good hiding place. We're going to stay low, crawl across the grass to that next headstone, then run, stopping behind each tree.
Tears pricked at Erin's eyes. You're feeling quite brave.
Nope. Ticked off, actually. I might lose the use of my arm, and it would feel pretty good to take out a couple of hitmen Grayson hired.
Okay, you're on. But please be careful. I'll never get over it if something happens to you.
The feeling is mutual, sweetheart. You know I love you.
Erin nodded, unable to speak for a moment.
I love you too, Agent Moretti.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
They moved across the scraggly grass as one unit, stopping behind a headstone 6 feet away. So far, so good.
Okay, next one,
Erin whispered, gripping her gun and sweeping it from side to side. Moments later, they reached a huge oak tree with thick, heavy limbs sprawled across the grass for dozens of feet in each direction. Erin's heart was thrumming in her ears by now. A volley of shots rang out again. Brayden was ready, pointing his pistol toward the last place he'd spotted the men behind the headstone. A cry of pain sounded and then muffled cursing.
I think you got one,
Erin crowed in a low voice.
Move now,
Brayden growled. The two of them took off, heading for the 20-foot-high wall of shrubbery that surrounded the perimeter of the cemetery. In moments, they were pushing their way through brambles and greenery, arms and faces getting scratched.
It took all of Erin's fortitude not to cry out or go back the way they had come. At last they made it through the wall of shrubs and stared along the shoreline of the slow-moving river. Sirens began to wail in the distance, but Erin knew that even if the law enforcement vehicles could get over the curbs and landscaping and past the swimming pool of the Levine estate, they would never make it through the narrow paths of the cemetery or this wall of dense greenery. About 500 yards ahead, Erin spotted the outline of a vessel, engines already running, plumes of gray rising from the smokestack. Jogging forward, Erin said, "They're still moored at the dock with the gangway extended, loading stuff." "Let's go for it." "That would be foolish. I'm sure there are weapons trained on us." Braden gritted his teeth and, speaking through the pain, added, "We have to try. We can't let them escape. Stay down and close to the bushes, and we'll move slowly." Hesitantly agreeing, Erin followed Braden's advice as they crept along, pausing whenever they saw the shadowy figures on the boat's deck. Braden pulled out a small pair of binoculars from his jacket and stared into them. "Here, you gotta see this. There are 2 vessels next to each other." Erin took the binoculars and focused on the pair of vessels moored 200 yards ahead. Bergeron and Grayson were moving about the deck, shouting to one another, although she couldn't make out the words. A moment later, she cried out while her stomach rose into her throat. Her sister Amelia came up the stairs from the downstairs interior of the yacht. She was wearing the same evening gown Erin had seen her in at the bar a few hours earlier. She clutched a full-length mink coat around her body, tugging the collar close to her face to stay warm. Diamond earrings flashed in the moonlight, her long hair lifting in the breeze. "You ready to board and make arrests?" "No, but I know we have to," Erin admitted, afraid for her sister, afraid for them. Who knew if there were any other occupants on the 2 vessels? The moment they moved closer still, the large yacht began to pull away from the dock, skirting the second boat. Erin frowned, wondering who was operating the second boat. Her heart sank with frustration. She and Braden hadn't been able to get to the vessel before Holden Grayson boarded, to see the manifest and get a few clues as to where he and Luke Bergeron were taking the millions in diamonds. As if sensing he was being watched, Holden Grayson turned to look backward at the dock while Amelia, Anna, reached her husband and snuggled up close to him. Grayson spotted Erin and Braden, and his face pulled into an amused smile. He held out his arm and gave them a mock salute. Wrapping his arm around Amelia, the man turned his back on Erin in a show of indifference and contempt. The yacht's lights were doused, and the vessel became a mere shadow moving on top of the water. The engine revved louder, and within seconds the boat pulled away to disappear down the river toward the open ocean. At that moment, the sound of a helicopter whirred in the night sky overhead. "Do you think it's the police or FBI?" Erin said, clutching at Braden's jacket. "Don't know. Just stay out of sight, so they don't accidentally see us and think we're the criminals they're looking for." Just as Braden finished speaking, the second vessel following Grayson's yacht burst into a fireball of hot, angry flames. Erin jerked backward in shock. What was that? The combustion and flames of orange fire reached so far into the sky that the helicopter was forced into sudden maneuvers to save itself from getting sucked into the fire and heat and potentially crash land into the river. The bird disappeared from view. The sight of the fiery boat was shocking. That had to be a bomb. Heat burned Erin's face, and she buried herself into Braden's chest. His good hand cupped her head to hold her close and tight. "Do you think anyone on Grayson's yacht was caught in that? Do you think they all, Amelia, might be dead?" Braden shook his head, but his voice was uncertain. "Too hard to tell from our position here on the bank.
There's too much smoke hiding Grayson's boat from view. It's unfortunate there weren't any police boats to stop them. It takes too much time to get manned boats into the water, or to even alert the Coast Guard and get a ship here."
At that moment, the sound of another engine filled the night sky.
"What in the world is that?"
"I'm trying to make it out with the sound of the fire roaring, but it almost sounds like that same helicopter."
"Wanna bet they land that bird somewhere along the coast where another bigger ship is waiting for them?"
Braden speculated.
"Jewels are easy to move around, and nobody's going to find them. At least not tonight. I think bombing the second yacht was a way to cover their tracks, and a diversion for law enforcement."
The haze of clouds shifted again, and Erin thought she could make out the outline of a small, whirring helicopter disappearing into the void of the sky under cover of darkness. Holden Grayson and Luke Bergeron were gone, and so was her sister. Perhaps forever. They had connections and money to disguise themselves and stay on the move, or disappear to their secret island in the southern Caribbean, if that's where they indeed were headed. The biggest question was, why was Amelia a part of this international ring of thieves? How had her sister gotten herself mixed up with a man like Holden Grayson? And could Erin ever find her again? After assuming Amelia had been dead for 2 years, Erin would have to wait longer to discover the answers, including the answers to so many questions that made absolutely no sense. Braden's warm hand slipped into her own as he lifted her fingers to his lips to kiss them.
"We'll find her," he whispered. "We'll find them all."
The ache of losing Amelia all over again welled up in Erin's chest. Hot tears blinded her eyes when the helicopter disappeared over the horizon. If only she could hire a plane and organize an immediate search. But it was futile. They were long gone. She had no choice but to form a new plan using the FBI's database and her instincts to pursue the elusive truth of the biggest mystery of her life. Epilogue. A week later, Agent Howell's office, San Francisco CIA Natural Resources Office. Once again, Erin wore her red wig, black tights, and miniskirt to attend the summons from her boss for a debriefing. She met Braden after hours in the shadows of the hallway to Office 720. He was wearing a sling as he recovered from the gunshot wound. Erin gave him a soft smile and a kiss when she came out of the elevator. "Your cowboy hat is making me crazy, you perfect hunk of the male species."
"That's a provocative statement, my girl,"
Braden said with a laugh.
"I thought you'd love the sling decorated with the horses at my ranch in Wyoming. Or my mustache."
"The mustache might grow on me, but I'll have to experiment kissing you to really know for sure." Braden grinned and brought her closer into his arms.
"I can accommodate you on that idea. After we meet with Howell. Annoying as it is to get summoned again. Although somebody is missing from our little tea party."
"Luke Bergeron is a wanted and missing man. I honestly don't care. He can drown in the ocean and I wouldn't shed a tear. Better yet, get eaten by a big white shark with lots of teeth."
"What a cold heart,"
Braden teased.
"Ah, here you are,"
Agent Howell said, opening the door to the office.
"Please come in, you two."
He offered tea or cold drinks, but Erin laughed. "Spill it, Howell. We're supposed to be on R&R after a shooting while Braden's healing. Why are we here instead? I almost ignored your request, actually." Howell gave her a small smile, half shamefaced, half unapologetic. Or maybe that was 100% unapologetic. He was just a good actor.
"We're here because the Bureau is concerned about you two. We have one of the most notorious jewel thieves missing somewhere in the world. Word on the street is that he's furious with you both, which makes him extremely dangerous."
"The nerve of him!" Erin spit out. "Braden's the one who got shot."
"I guess you took out one of his men, and he's not happy."
"I did?" Erin said, lifting an eyebrow. "Then good."
"No, not good. Holden Grayson thinks you and Braden stole from him. There are missing jewels, and he thinks you have them. Stolen from one of the Egyptian urns in a crate with a broken lock."
"That's ridiculous. The lying despot. You can search my house and car. We do not have them."
"I know that, but it's Grayson that's the worry. We're getting intel that he's sending a hit team to take you both out."
A cold chill ran through every nerve in Erin's body.
"That's unacceptable,"
Braden said quietly.
"Of course it is,"
Howell agreed.
"That's why we're putting you into the witness protection program."
"What?" Erin blinked and shook her head slowly.
"No.
Just no. Leave my family, my job, my life?"
"Braden is going in too. CIA has confirmed this and wants it to happen by the weekend."
"But it's New Year's. What in the world will we tell our parents?"
"Do you want to find your sister?"
Howell asked pointedly. "Of course I do."
"This is probably the only way. To go underground and find some answers, while preserving your lives."
Bergeron and Grayson are probably living it up on their private island in the middle of the Atlantic.
"Perhaps. But they are only one small part of this. The Russian mafia wants their jewels and has put out a hit. They mean business."
Erin's jaw dropped, and for the first time since returning home, she felt afraid. Her boss was deadly serious. She'd never seen him this grave. Braden reached out to clasp her hands in his.
"We'll be okay, sweetheart. It's only until they're under arrest and the jewels recovered."
"That doesn't make me feel much better. If it's true about the Russian mafia, that means our families will be in danger as well."
"We'll be providing security around the clock. I'm sorry, you two. I really am."
"But we can be together?"
"For now, but no guarantees."
"Can we think about this?" Braden asked.
"Assume the risk if we want to. You have 24 hours, and then we're moving you into a safe house. Then out of the country under new identities."
Howell rose from his desk, shook Braden's hand, then gave Erin a fatherly smile and held her hands in his for a moment.
"Good luck to you both. If we need to get information to you, or move you, that's the only time you'll hear from us. Godspeed, and stay alive. I'm counting on it."
5 minutes later, Braden was tightly holding Erin's hand as they walked across the parking lot to their vehicles. She was shaking with fear, with outrage, dread, and anxiety. Tears began to roll down her face, and it was taking every bit of strength she had to hold herself together. "I'm losing my entire family, Braden. Disappearing, especially after Amelia, is going to kill my parents. My brother will think I've deserted them. I'll never get to hug my little niece again." Braden stopped under a tree to keep them away from the streetlights. He brought her in close, holding her in his strong arms. He kissed her hair, and she clung to him for a few minutes.
"I know, but you're not losing me. You'll never lose me."
"Promise?" she asked in a shaky voice.
"I've got something even better, my love,"
he murmured. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a small velvet case. "I've been carrying this around for weeks. Now I can finally ask you the biggest question of my life. That concerns your life, too." What are you talking about? Erin said, staring wildly into his brown eyes while a tickle of emotion rose up in her throat. Before she could say another word, Braden got down on one knee. I wish this weren't in a parking lot at midnight, but it's got to be now if we're leaving the country soon. Isabel Windsor, Erin Steele, I love you. I have for a long time, and I want to marry you and make you mine forever. Will you be my wife and make me the happiest man in the witness protection program? Erin burst into laughter. You do have a way with words, Mr. Dominic Marini. Or should I call you Marcus? She lowered her voice. I suppose we've already become used to using aliases. Our new names will be permanent. I wonder if we can choose this time around. For the moment, we'll call ourselves Mr. and Mrs. Smith, after that old movie. He grinned at her. But this Mr. Smith is luckier than that movie character, because I get you, the most beautiful woman in the world. The one I adore and will cherish for the rest of my life, wherever that might be. Oh, Braden, I love you too. So very much. You've become my whole life. He held up a hand and pressed a finger to her lips to stop her chattering. Give me an answer before I go insane with waiting. Say yes, Agent Steele, say yes. Yes, yes, she cried, laughing while her eyes filled with emotion. Yes, 1,000 times yes. Braden opened the velvet box and took out the diamond ring lying inside. I paid for these diamonds with my very own savings account. He joked quietly. You're such a good man, she whispered, laughing so hard she was practically giddy with happiness when he placed the ring on her finger. Oh, Braden, it's my favorite, a marquise cut, with rubies, my birthstone. I love it, and I love you. I'd pick you up and twirl you around, he said gruffly, but this sling is getting in the way of showing you how much I love you. Erin laughed softly, gazing into his eyes. We can't have that, Agent Moretti. I'll have to get you healed before we go on our honeymoon. While smiling at her with emotion shimmering in his eyes, Braden gently traced her face with his palm. You entered my life in a whirlwind, Agent Steele, and our adventures haven't stopped since. Let's start this next one together, never to be separated. I'll protect you with all that I am. We'll find your sister and end all the questions. Grayson and Bergeron won't forget the day they crossed our paths. Erin knew her heart would always belong to Braden, and that he would be true to his words. Her heart filled to overflowing with the love and joy that encompassed them. Moving in even closer, Erin's arm slid up his chest and then wrapped around his neck, while Braden's soft, warm lips sealed every promise in the most tender and loveliest kiss they'd ever shared. When the kiss ended, Erin pulled back with a mischievous grin on her face. I'll let you call my parents and inform them that the wedding is this weekend. On second thought, maybe we need to get married tomorrow. Releasing a soft chuckle, Braden touched his forehead to hers. Life will always be a joy with you, my soon-to-be Mrs. Moretti. I look forward to you always keeping me on my toes. Now that's a promise I can keep, Erin told him in a whisper, before kissing him all over again. This has been Her Undercover Spy Fake Fiancé, written by Kimberly Montpetit, narrated by Elizabeth Walker. Copyright 2021 by Kimberly Montpetit. Production copyright by Kimberly Montpetit.